Alrighty folks, how's everybody doing? Let me swap out of that screen there. You can all see me. I can't quite see you, but well, I mean I can see chat. And Pilsner and Aviator. Welcome aboard. Welcome guys. Let's get the party started. You can see my screen. And you can hear me. Okay, I hope. A tale of two X-planes, and we'll want to launch. What do we want to launch? Right. Third cockpit implementation time. Hey, Nace Tinsley 2, welcome aboard. Intel, how are you? And Sparker in VR as well. Welcome, welcome. I swear one of these days I am going to be able to actually give you proper warning that I'm going to be streaming, but today ain't that day. Hey Pancake King, how are you? So you'll notice the thing I'm working on here, there's a new button here. There's a third one that are fold, but that one we do not talk about. So this guy we're going to launch up. This is my little test Mac over off to the side. So he's gonna launch X-plane in host mode. So he's basically just gonna be running the airplane as usual. And apologies for the paltry frame rate. I'm just gonna hop in the cockpit here. And if we bring up user settings, there's a new tab here. Shared cockpit. And now there's this checkbox. Really happy for direct shared cockpit option. Thanks for doing that. Glad you like it. Jesus, welcome, welcome. Even if it has a bit more faff with router settings, it's nice being able to just connect. Yeah, so that is currently the way it is. I'm not sure if I'm going to be doing any kind of user discovery. Probably not. It's just too much of a hassle to deal with. Let me just check the audio levels. Can you hear me over the music okay? It should be... Oh, wow, the music's still way loud. We're going to turn you way the hell down. Yeah, actually, I'm going to turn this down as well here, like so. And hopefully now we can actually turn this thing up a little bit. Okay, more or less. Hear you fine. Wonderful. It was okay, actually. Okay. Hey, Captain Zap and Captain Crash. Anyway, so getting to it. So now the non-persistent mode has been replaced by this button, and the non-persistent mode is hidden under a selector or hider button, because I don't want you guys using this too much. People have started using this as if that was the default. In reality, I want you to use this as default. Anyway, so when one of the machines has checked this box here to allow others to connect, and they've set a password, an access password, not quite removed it, but just hidden it. So the other person then comes in and they'll get a little checklist on what to do. If I make it like so, you might be able to see it a little bit better. Yeah, so they'll get like a little how-to guide to connect. In my case, it's my host address is SimMac. That's the name of the machine on my network. You could also enter an IP address and stuff in here. And I've got a little test password here for hello world. Very nice. And I connect up. There we are. And now you should be able to see both of my screens here. Wonderful. And you'll see that there's a little timing indicator at the top there. and a seat indicator on both machines. So now, normally when I connect as the guest, I am assigned the right-hand seater role. So I am this guy, normally supposed to be anyway. Generally though, you'll notice if I pan down here, bring up the yoke, if I have the right seater move the stick, so now I'm going to be moving the joystick on my on the guest machine. Let me just move my joystick up a little bit so I can actually reach the thing. So even if the guest machine moves their joystick, it does factor into what the master here sees on the left-hand side. So in fact, what I should probably have done is, like, I don't know, put this guy over here so that you can see that he's the left seater. Here's the right seater. So even when the right seater moves their flight controls, it moves it on the left-hand side as well. By the way, the lagginess here, that is, I'm streaming this over VNC from the other machine on here. Camera still gets put to the left seat by default when you connect as a guest. Intel, by default, this is going to be reworked. This is still not done. By default, actually, you're going to be starting in... Hang on. By default, what I'm actually going to be doing is starting you at the FBO. So you'll both be at the FBO. I haven't quite finalized the feature set here. This is not a demo. This is a dev stream. So we're messing about with stuff. Anyway, the idea here, so, and by the way, the streaming delay, as mentioned before, this is because of the fact that I'm sending it over VNC over the network. The image here for the master machine as well. So either one of them can move it. I don't have a joystick on the master and host machine. I only have mouse yoke there. So the other guy can also use their controls. There's a slight caveat here that the guest only has the ability to use joystick controls. So if the guest wants to control the airplane, they have to have a joystick connected. The reason being is that X-Plane stops updating mouse yoke inputs if we do what we do here for position streaming for the aircraft, which is we override the flight model entirely on the guest machine, and we basically just drag them along from the host machine or to the host machine. So anyway, but they can fly. You just have to use a joystick for that. All the caveat there. Now, the next funny thing is, you know, the thing where if you press on the brakes, it follows your view around. So you normally, if I was sitting on the left seat here, I'd move the right hand brakes. But when I'm in shared cockpit mode, I always move the brakes that correspond to my seating position. So that is a thing that you have to pay attention to, I guess. It's sort of. Basically, you have to, what if both have joysticks? They sum up pilot deviation. Both have joysticks, and that's fine. For the master machine, it also works fine. So for example, here I can deflect. This is essentially the same as me deflecting the joystick a quarter or half to the left. And if the right-hand side now also adds a yoke input, that gets added on top. So now I'm a roughly half stick on the right-hand seater, and also half stick on the left-hand seater, and sums up to full stick or full roll input into the airplane. It's sort of like an Airbus in that sense. So if one of them is inputting full to the left, the other one's inputting full to the right, the result is nothing. So same thing on the pitch axis and yaw axis as well. Well, yeah, essentially, yeah, also on the yaw axis, yeah. Of course, there is the funny business of what happens when you pull the roll and pitch disconnects. On that case, now right hand yoke or right seater only controls the right hand side. Even if I move over to the left, I still only control the right hand side because I'm the right seater. And on the left here, I control only the left hand side. So, like that. Which I'm sure will be used to no end of hilarity. Is this the stuff for shared flight? Yes. Toto cockpit is an Airbus. Now, what you can do, just because one of you is the host of the session and the other one is the guest, doesn't mean that you cannot swap roles. So what you can do is I can just either click on the seat that I want to sit in. So let's say I walk up to the cockpit, and you know what? I don't want to be right seater, I want to be left seater. So I'll go ahead and click on the left seat. That's going to prompt the left-hand seater, the current one. Would you like to swap seats? That is an explicit change. Going to be released soon or letting more people in. OrthoFlyer, it's going to be soon released to the beta testers. So it's still not feature complete, so isn't there a pin that breaks under pressure? How does that work? No, IT Jesus, I just joined to a treat. Hey, Quasi, I'm sorry. Will this standalone or included in the short flight? This is currently standalone, Adam Aviation Geek. Anyway, so I'll swap seats. So now the left hand, now we've switched roles. So now it's like this. And the practical upshot of this is, let me see, I am probably on chocks. So we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna squeeze the brakes on here, set the parking brake, release the brakes. Okay, and now I can go ahead and quickly just kill the chocks. Anyway, practical upshot of this is I have a separate, yeah, it's going to be standalone. Familiar faces. So practical upshot is that I now have, from my development machine here locally, I have tiller input because the tiller is on the left. But if I go ahead and change seats again, so now this guy's on the left. Even when I move my tiller control now, this is I have it on twist axis on the joystick, so that's why the thing is moving. Even when I move my tiller when I'm on the dev machine, nothing's happening in the airplane because it would have to be the left seater now who controls the tiller. So this gives correct handoff for taxiing. You can land from the right seat, that's fine, but as soon as you start taxiing on the right seat, or as soon as you finish the landing, you'd have to go your controls, and the person on the left is going to have to taxi the airplane the rest of the way. So that's that. Anyway, that's pretty well, I mean, more or less what it is. Of course, the notable difference that a lot of people may not realize is a lot of people think about this as two airplanes flying flying sort of kind of synced up. That's not what this is. The only airplane really fully there is the one on the host. This guy is what I call in a lobotomized state. This machine only runs the modules that run the avionics displays, the CDUs, and a little bit of things like sending over the lamp stuff, some sound stuff which I'm going to be working on right now, and synchronization of some ambient environmental stuff. Other than that, this machine does not run FMC, does not run any of the smart boxes inside, anything controlling the flight. The autopilot is not on here. The autopilot's run by this guy. So the practical upshot of this is there's no such thing as desynchronizing CDU state, avionics state, or anything like that. These guys are always in perfect sync because they are quite literally the same computer. So if I bring these over, I can type in as fast as I want, well, provided my VNC system holds up, or my VNC video streaming here holds up, and they will always be perfectly synchronized, and I can do it from either side. So right now I'm on this guy, and you'll see that the display is never ever out of lockstep because there's only one FMC running, and that's running on here. All he does is send two screen outputs to the CDUs. One to the CDU on this side, and one to a CDU on this side. The CDU has basically no brains in it. The CDU is just a computer keyboard and display. VNC abuse. So we need to see the difference in CPU usage between the machines. They are very different machines. Yeah, they're very different machines. But yes, they do have, I don't know. It's really, by the way, the timing here on the main thread is driven by the compositing of the screens, and the screens are running locally, obviously. The FMCs themselves are fairly lightweight. But the practical upshot of this is that the data displayed on these screens is exactly identical, because the data that's streaming into them over serial buses is exactly the same. Now there are some trade-offs. Oops, I clicked on mouse yoke. Who doesn't love that feature of X-Plane? When you don't have a joystick connected, it defaults always to mouse yoke and you can't get rid of it. There are some downsides, I guess, or trade-offs. What about study screens? Yeah, those are gone. The guy on the guest side does not get study because he's not running the actual modules that run the systems. So he may have an airplane. See, there's still a cable attached, which I have to fix. He may have an airplane model, but there's no logic modules running the actual stuff. I need to look into like fixing the gear displacement still. Let's see. Most recent thing that I implemented was, yeah, the study screens on the guest side are not there anymore. There's a plugin. Neat. So for example, this guy doesn't get ground services menu anymore. It has to be done by the host side. If I want to have gear chocks, I have to do it over here. Now, what I can do, I do have click spots are still a thing, even on the guest side. So the guest can still do a pre-flight, so they can still go ahead and stick a pin in there, remove a chock by clicking on it, but there's no top bar menus for that anymore. They can open the door. If I go in here, if I go outside, you'll notice I've got different liveries. I might sync up the livery, I might not, I don't know. So they can still interact with the plane just fine. All these interactions are synchronized up between the two machines. Did you just synchronize ground services menu between the two machines or rather send commands from guest to host? It's a bit more involved intel. The ground services, yes, I could theoretically. Some ground services menus might just be a matter of like sending over some clicks, but practically what I do is I send much more involved data in there. So for example, when I go ahead and pause the music here, turn up sound, and you'll hear that we've got the hydraulics running. Let me bring up the audio here a little bit. Let's see, if I go ahead and connect up the air starter unit, this has to be specially synchronized because the model appearing and stuff like that is done through external model loading, and even things like the pitch of the engine of the air starter unit is dependent upon the RPMs of the air starter over here on this machine. And so if I don't sync that up correctly, you wouldn't hear the correct pitch. And the pitch, by the way, is dependent upon pneumatic loading. So if I can control the panels from either side just fine. Let's see. That's okay, that's okay. I'm gonna have to go in here, air starter unit, you go to PAX mode. And the bleed valve. So the pitch of the engine here depends upon what happens physically. Well, the FBO stuff isn't synchronized yet. That's what I'm going to be working on in the coming days. Adding the round services menu on the guest side just to make it a round trip through their host. No. Yeah, Intel I could, but that's another thing to synchronize, and I couldn't be bothered. Like, there's a finite amount of things I want to bother with. Yes, theoretically I could synchronize the study menus as well, but you know, I'm sort of picking my goals here, and it also would probably add to some of the network bandwidth that has to be used. Currently it is consuming about 380 kilobits per second to stream all of this data over. It's more like 450 in flight because there's more inputs, more stuff changing. And you call no. Nevada, I haven't implemented that part yet, so you know, don't. But I guess console experience enjoys a mechanical meow. Yes. Yes, they can. Yeah, FBO stuff, I'll see what I can synchronize. I'm not sure yet. Everything will be doable. Probably most of it will be. Things like ordering services and filling out the form paperwork, that's probably going to be captain stuff only. Use the host airframe. Yes. Liveries only if the livery set is identical. I might make it synchronized, I might not. I haven't decided yet. As for host airframe, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's essentially the host airframe that you've got here. There's stuff that still needs to be fixed, so. Well, most stuff is going to be synchronized. They haven't simply gotten to implement it yet. So yeah, that is that. Let's see, did I want to mention anything else? More or less. I mean, as per the usual, we do use a lot of Kalman filters all over the place, and yeah, this data is also Kalman filtered. Means, I don't know, Pilsner take a shot or something. That is how the position syncing works. Yep. Yep. Either side, either party can fly or sit in the left seat. So yeah, that's about the situation we got here. If you saw the amount of code that is involved in getting all this done, you would understand why I'm not super hot about trying to sync everything all the time. You know, even the menu stuff and stuff like that. That's like the stuff nightmares are made out of. Not sure I've implemented the engine sound syncing yet, but we should be able to fly it from either seat. Doesn't take shots. He has a pint of beer every time a Kalman filter appears. Hey Luke, 1549, welcome. So yeah, currently that is how that works. Oh, I pushed transfer, didn't I? See, we should have, yeah, there it is, on the other side as well. Man, this is confusing where I'm supposed to be looking. This, for me, this machine right now is off to the right-hand side of my face. Yes, they do, Pilsner. They do support observer mode. Just like any other cockpit. I believe it doesn't impact online part at all. Yeah. Yeah, so on Pilot Edge, I don't have Pilot Edge installed, but you know, let's pretend we've got Pilot Edge here. What you do is the only difference is as you log in, as you type in your call sign, let me swap it so you can actually see it. You type in your call sign. I think in Pilot Edge what you do is you add an @ sign at the end. And that makes you a passive observer. It also prevents audio loopback between the two between the station that appears on Pilot Edge and the one that doesn't. So you can both listen, you can both talk, but that setting prevents you from interfering from each other with audio loopback if you were like transmitting on listening on the same frequency. I have to wait on a client update. I knew they supported your cockpit, but wasn't sure. Or the thing using up your CPU, yeah. Registration placard isn't implemented yet. That's another subsystem that I might look into. I could theoretically make it happen right now, in fact. Why don't we do that? So, to get that ball rolling, by the way, there is, like, you can connect up. I think there's even some capability of like losing connection and restarting. Here it seems like time and weather. I guess the plane will master machine for its inputs. The sim conditions will always synced up also. So, for its status, you're asking a million questions there at a million miles a minute. Time, I do plan on syncing up. Weather, no, that's up to you. And custom scenery, that is entirely between you folks. I haven't implemented it yet, but there is going to be some height blending when you're below about 500 feet. The airplane is going to start blending its position relative to local ground level, so that you don't like get to fly underground if the other one's got a little bit slightly different height map. But the thing is, if you've got different scenery, that's entirely up to you to make sure that you've got the same, I guess, looking environment and stuff like that. So yeah, same for weather. The weather on the slave machine does not actually matter. Its atmospherics do not affect the flight model at all. The altimeter was different, but the altimeter here, all right, that's something I still gotta fix. But the altimeter here, Dasadea, the trick is that it doesn't. You're constantly thinking about it in terms of like conventional smart co-pilot. This is not two airplanes running. It's just one airplane running, and the other one has displays mirrored from the left, from the master machine. That's all. Yeah. So whatever your altimeter setting may be on both ends doesn't actually matter. Or whatever your altimeter setting is on the slave machine doesn't actually matter. What's displayed on here is whatever is displayed by whatever the master machine's atmosphere is telling it should be. Yeah. Yeah, there is nothing like this is not running an actual airplane. In fact, if the second pilot adds an A. Huh, interesting. Yeah, so in fact, you could even lose connection from the master machine. This guy would sort of continue on flying on inertia or whatever remaining position sync was sort of happening at that time. But it wouldn't actually be, you wouldn't be able to control the airplane at all. And in fact, I'm going to build it such that if it detects a loss of connection, it's going to actually pause this side of the simulator and stop moving, awaiting reconnection from the master side. Dead reckoning. Essentially, it's kind of dead reckoning, yeah. So, yeah, Intel, it pretty much is going to be dead reckoning, because it's basically the Kalman filter is just going to keep on extrapolating whatever it can. And that'll be that. Now, when we're stationary here on the ground, it doesn't actually show very much, but I'm going to go make myself some tea. Stand by for five minutes, folks, and I'll show you, I guess, what it looks like in motion. Something like that. Okay. Stand by, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Alrighty, back to business, hopefully. Yep, we are. Good stuff. Even on my birthday, so I'm pretty pumped. Wow, great stuff. Flying some ancient airplane and have a navigator as well. Can't get my mouse over there. Stand by. Talking about A, B. Cool. Hope I didn't miss any messages there. Sweet. Right, I wanted to show you this to you in motion, I guess. So we can go ahead and we saw the network stats, so you can see here how fast the netlink is running. Happy birthday, DM. Cool. This 370k a second. It is not super sensitive to latency, but obviously, you know, the better, the lower the better. Let's go ahead and shut the door. And a chunk, come on. Oh, interesting. This ain't working right. We should have been able to pull that in. Might need to do that from the master side, so I'm going to analyze. Also, I'll analyze why that doesn't work well. Hello? Oh, right. I didn't lock it. That's why. Now it makes sense. Sweet. Okey-doke. Actually, let me just start the timer. I'm making bagels for tonight, so in about 15 minutes, I'm gonna have to spend... Oh, I don't know. In about 20 minutes, I'm probably gonna have to like spend an additional 10 minutes tending to the bagels. So I'll interrupt the stream for 10 minutes then. But for the time being, we can go ahead and mess around with the airplane a little bit more. Ignition A, and I can make it so that you can actually see that the other person is doing this stuff. Oh, one thing. I almost forgot to mention. The checklist functionality, auto checklister guy, is no longer there when in shared flight mode. Or shared cockpit. Obviously, in shared cockpit, this person here is your first officer. The auto computer is taking a break. It's sitting that one out. So, if you want to have somebody run your checklist for you, what happens if you mash buttons faster than you can sync them? You'd have to be mashing them very fast, Bottle. As in, faster than a human is capable of. Like, the system can sync up functions faster than, I don't know. It's not like any of the syncs are lost. I don't know. Go ahead and mash them as fast as you want. It syncs over the state of the button, not the actions. Well, it sort of syncs over actions as well, but the final state also matters. So anyway, we got APU running, all that. So what I wanted to mention here is, all right, I gotta fix why the pop-ups don't work on this side. I gotta look at that. Right, I know. I'm not running the local CD, the local modules for these guys. Huh? Am I gonna fix that? I might not. Anyway, so if you want to have somebody running your checklist for you, you literally have to run them as a human would. The checklist status is synchronized between the two instances because that is actually something that's internal to the screen itself. But the screens do cross-talk that information to each other. So anyway, checklists are going to have to be run like a human, like the real thing. No shortcuts or anything like that. So yeah. If I bring it up so that you can actually see, I should probably, let's think about this. I should probably sync over the fuel or get some fuel over into the center tank because we are a little bit unbalanced. Yeah, we're unbalanced quite a bit. Fuel imbalance already, yelling about it. Good stuff. We want APU bleed. There's no auto FO in shared cockpit. No, there's a real FO, so no auto FO. I need to check that he doesn't run like the anti-collision lights as well. That's also a thing I'm not sure I fixed yet. But yeah, there's no auto FO because there's a real FO now. Human FO, I guess. Manual FO. Cool. So let's go ahead and crank over the engine. At least one of them. And he's spooling up. We can monitor it from this side, although normally this would be done by the left seater. Oh, you get the idea. Alrighty. And they are exactly in sync. They're showing the same information because it's the same information being fed to both of them. Alrighty. Number 2 is running. Start number 1. I just held the button here, so I can press Control 1, and that's my start left engine command. Alrighty. So this guy's running up full. Good stuff. You miss your velvety voice. Well, you'll have my velvety voice if you fly with me, literally, I guess. Well, just about in balance there, but we'll keep it running. So that's gonna stay. Those are in. And you know what? I'm just gonna turn on these, turn on that. And generators. All the other crap we don't care about. Now, do I have my command here bound up? I still have the sticky pedal there where it gives some slight brake input if I'm not going to use physical brakes here. I'm going to use button brakes because I'm dumb like that. Okie doke. So, we got parking brake pulled. So this guy's going to ask, whatever, chocks out. Come on. Get there already. Okay, chocks are out. Now, parking brake off. You're moving, but if I try and move my tiller on the right-hand side here, nothing happening. All I get... Oh, no, not that. All I get is I have brakes on this side. Yes. And I have rudder fine steering. Oh, hang on, this is... I gotta look at that. It shouldn't give me... Shouldn't be giving me full... Okay, I gotta fix this. He shouldn't have had tiller control there. Oh, I know why. Yeah, he's not differentiating between the input coming from the left and right. Oops. Whatever. So, I'll get that fixed. And we'll probably want to pull some flappage here. We've got trim. By the way, trim input is also only on the respective side that you are sitting on. Oh, crossflow open. Yep. I'm going to take the ICAS over to the right. Yes, I am on the right. Okay. Now I've gone over with the fuel balancing, but whatever. Close enough. UKCAA TPL module, so done with good stuff. Wonderful, Jono. Congrats on that. Good progress towards your career, I suppose. I'm just gonna roll up some pre-selector logic here, whatever. Get some speeds going. Yeah, let's rock and roll. Do I have N1TO? Yes, I do. So let me bring over I have a physical throttle here for, well, I sort of have. I don't have a place to put it, actually. That's a little bit disappointing. Whatever. It'll sit over there. Either side can control throttle. If I had throttle in. Oh, right, I disconnected the throttle. Oops. Stand by for just 1 sec. Yeah, I am a very professional streamer, totally. Now I have throttle control. Wonderful. The brakes are off. I'm just gonna advance the throttles. Actually, I said brakes off. There we are. And if I advance enough, we should get ATS coming on. We did. Good stuff. Close enough for comfort. There's about center line, roughly somewhere. About 120. Sure, let's go flying. There's still some corner case where I need to retract the gear from the host side, so it still needs to be fixed so that the guest can also do that. Obviously, that'd be something useful. Flaps up. Flaps in transition. And yeah, ignore that cable there, we'll fix that. And I need to fix the gear so it properly animates and stuff. Oh, I haven't put in the engine particle effects. Those need to be put in place and synced over. The professional I'm carrying the entire, well, so is that what it means? Like there's nobody else streaming? Now write the ADGs out. I gotta fix that as well. Like there's subsystems that still need to be synced over properly and some fixes here and there. Let me, what do I have normally bound for this? Okay, well, you're not gonna be useful for me, so I'm gonna switch you over like so. Anyway, autopilot out, and yeah, you can control the airplane from either side. There are smaller streams, but only have more than 10. I see. There's altitude select. So yeah, either side can control. What about Navigraph charts? Doesn't have a subscription. Fritz, then it's gonna not work right. Charts is one of the things I do not sync over because it's just a hassle. It's a fairly, it's a fairly substantial amount of data to be transferred over. So both sides have to sync up their Navigraph subscriptions, or I guess, networking settings and that. Well, not really. It's just the charts, the chart providers. You can use charts, they work fine, but they have to have the same, you have to have the same subscription on either side. Let me check. I'm not sure if I do. If I have charts enabled on this end here. Chart. And in here, what I'm gonna have to go and enter an airport, because I still some stuff with the FMS that I haven't bothered fixing. Right, yeah, I need to look at that. Yeah, that custom airport entry isn't quite correctly synced over. I don't know, CY U and L JKL, there we go. So do we have charts in here? We probably don't have charts enabled on this side. Yeah, no chart coverage. Let's see, would I have chart coverage on the other side? Probably do. I don't. Oh, right now it didn't sync over to this custom airport identifier. That's the thing I gotta cover. Yeah, so yeah, there's some TOS stuff. I don't think it's really the TOS here that'll be blocking me. It's more like the practicality of the protocol design. And chat, XP cat order's been around since XP 9 days. So yeah, charts, they are gonna work. I just need to set them up correctly here. A new category. What? I'm aware that app is just saying it's not as apparent as it was in the past. Anyway, heading hold, airspeed up to 250. So yeah, in terms of smoothness of motion, you can see that obviously you don't really see it. Definitely against the grain, so I'll always list my streams as XP. As far as I could tell, most of the XP streams were used FSX, just change it to MSFS. Still dumb. Yeah, still kind of dumb. Anyway. If society says XYZ is popular, I say, okay. Well, yeah, that's one way to go about it. I'm also kind of a contrarian there, so I can understand that sentiment. And so this is the master flying, by the way, so the host machine is flying. I'm just along for the ride. Now, what would happen if... Let me show you. That's just going to be a slight fun exercise here. Let's just go into another turn. And again, it's the master machine that holds all the state about the auto flight computer and that kind of stuff. So what would happen if, and here is the Kalman filters functioning. So true heading, roll angle. I go ahead and kill the autopilot. That works, obviously. And autopilot panel, put the autopilot back in. With the little black dots on there. I think it comes with US users and non-standard US OS varieties. Okay, with us users, yeah. Yep. I suppose so, yeah, we're kind of contrarians, aren't we? So the black dots that you see on here are the individual status measurements coming over from the master side. And I'm just currently running, let me kill heading mode, so we are in roll hold. So this is constant roll. We're doing little turns up in the sky. And this is the data. The black dots are the data coming in over from the master side, and the colored lines are the filter state. So the study menu is available for the host. What about the failure menu? IT Jesus, I will be syncing over failures. Those are going to be available on both. Currently they are not, but they will be. Is the frame rate just the way the second computer is built, or is that a latency issue? What frame rate? You mean this guy? That is mostly a matter of, like, macOS does some stupid shit for me. It's currently running 27 FPS, and it's doing that whenever it's rendering in metal any of the custom displays that are like done over essentially like OpenGL. That is more of a macOS metal deal. So when I go, for example, outside, suddenly I get like 90 FPS. If I go really far out from the airplane, I get like 120 FPS, 100 FPS. It's literally just as soon as I get to, let's see, 70, 80, 90, 90, and there we go, 25. As soon as it starts rendering this avionics screens, it just plummets. And it's not because of the avionics screens themselves, because I can pop those out, have them running for display. That's just fine. They're still rendering, still updating everything. And you can see I've got 80, 90 FPS now. Oh, that's because it's VNC. That's why. This is not running local. This is running over on a Mac OS machine, streaming video over VNC to my streaming computer. So that is why that is delayed like that. In actual fact, if you could see my other screen where this is actually running, it is butter smooth. It's literally just VNC video sync. I was thinking about, like, how do I show the shared cockpit functionality with, you know, not having a camera pointed at another screen. This is the best way I could come up with. It's literally just use VNC. Okie doke. So this guy's turning in circles. I kind of broke my little circle there. So what happens when, let me put it like, not that one, let's do this one. What happens when the master machine goes away? So I've just shut down X-Plane on the master machine. And this guy keeps on going. He's trying to guess at what should be happening, but you can see he is not doing quite so hot right now. I'm gonna restart X-Plane. We look on network stats. Well, there they are. So they're basically gone. Now the heading, well, it's a Kalman filter. It doesn't understand that the acceleration vector changes direction. It isn't running a local flight model. It is extrapolating simple Cartesian vectors. And the heading is trend. There is a heading rate. Just that the heading rate, the heading rate nulled out because when I hit quit here, it momentarily paused the simulator, which made the heading rate change. Hang on, let me fix that. There we are. We're back in business. And I'll re-enable the autopilot. Let me show it to you a little bit more brutally, the way it would happen if you had a sudden network disconnect. I'm going to go into the debugger here and go Control-C and kill. There we go. Now this is what a network disconnect would have looked like. I'm going to restart X-Plane. But you'll see it doesn't quite understand how to make a circle work. So it will continue on with the north-south accelerations that it saw, but it will basically carry on more or less once it's rounded out. It will carry on straight line. And the reason for that is that it actually syncs over latitude, which is represented as latitude degrees, north-south velocity, north-south acceleration, longitude as well, or also velocities and acceleration. But the thing is, these acceleration values change as the airplane makes a turn because lift and stuff. And this does not run aerodynamics, so it doesn't understand lift. It just thinks, okay, well, you are sort of trending in this direction, so that's what you're going to keep on doing. So here we go. Unpause, and we're back in business. Get the autopilot back in. And of course, there is the usual test case of, let me just put a little bit less bank in. What we can do is we can go in here. You'll notice when the simulator here is pause. It's sort of like to this guy, it seems like the simulator has disconnected and he just keeps on going forward. His X-plane basically is stopped here. But what I can do is I can put in, like, I don't know, a turbulence layer. Gust speed increase of a whole bunch. And a weird wind shear direction change. And let's go, baby. And now this is kind of a workout for these filters. Not on the latitude and longitude, but on the heading, roll, pitch, yeah. So the top status just needs a ion disconnected icon, more or less. It needs to, like, I don't know, go cross out and maybe pop. I'm actually thinking I'm gonna pop up an actual message that says, hey, the simulator is the connection has been severed, and you know, what are we gonna do about that? Anyway, so I'm gonna leave you for the time being with this image because I have to go be away for 10 minutes, give or take. I'm gonna leave this for you to look at, I guess. We can make it both airplanes sort of a similar attitude. Yeah, there's stuff that needs to be done on the Mac machine here. It's kind of running a partially broken build because, well, it's a development build, so I don't really care about what it looks like. So yeah, this guy's gonna keep on running. Both are gonna be trucking along. Interesting. X-plane kind of placed the oil platform in roughly the same spot, which is interesting. So yeah, I'll be back in about, maybe 10 minutes. So entertain yourselves for, well, just a little bit. I'll be back soon. There. So, talk to you in 10 minutes, folks. I gotta go do some bakery stuff. Actually, I'm gonna be here for 5 more minutes, and then I'm gonna have a 10-minute break. Did I have music running? Yes, I did. I need to sync the aircraft carriers. The data for those payments? Ominous synths are fitting to the situation. Yeah, I hope I'm not blowing out everybody's ears. Okay. Carl Casey. They are... This is the name of the music there. John Carpenter style retro synth. Spicy on the attitudes there, buddy. That's why I reduced the pitch from 30 degrees, so I'm even in this heavy turbulence, I wouldn't get like a disconnect or a problem with going a bit late. So the way the sync works, the client can just connect at any time. Yes, correct. Energy Quant. I take care of that initial sync myself, so you don't have to. Yeah, what I can literally do right now is hit reload on the client side here. The host keeps running just fine. And now I'm gonna go into the map there. I can't click it, it's partially hidden. And I'm gonna reconnect. Did I type the password correct? Yes, I did. Okay. And there we go. Back in business. Let me just swap over to the correct seat. And it keeps on trucking. Something like that, I don't know. Cool. Yeah, so that's how that synchronization stuff works. Now obviously if you have more latency, then that'll be slightly more, I guess. If you were trying to fly it from the guest side, it would be a little bit more challenging. But up to, I would say about 200 milliseconds is still tolerable, although it's a little bit more challenging to fly. I tried it with 200. 100 milliseconds should generally be fairly transparent. It's going to be slightly perceptible, but not too bad. So yeah, I should have probably flown somewhere with a little bit more scenery, I guess. What I can do is I can literally just drag the airplane over here? No, come on. There we go. And I'm gonna have to fix the INSs here. The poor guys would have gotten whacked out of alignment there with that drag. And we're back in business. Good stuff. So again, this is VNC streaming. That's why it's so laggy. It is perfectly smooth on my actual screen here as I'm looking off to the side. I need to fix up the GPU. I need to keep a list of stuff that I want to fix because I'm gonna lose track. So fix, or rather disconnect, EFIS, Barrow setting sync. Then I also want to fix GPU, or rather implement GPU sync, fix gear sync, and some other stuff. I don't know. We'll get to all of these. Oh yeah. Pretty soon it should turn around to be over terrain, I guess. So we'll be able to see it. I can sort of tilt the airplane over like that, so you can see the terrain all the time. Cool. So I'll be back in about 10 minutes. I need to step away for a little bit. See you in 10 minutes, folks. Alrighty, back in business. Here we go. Do I have audio enabled? Yes, apparently I do. So, everybody asleep? There's a lot of chat going on. Man, I gotta scroll back here. Headings not synced with the trajectory. Already answered that. Hey, heli pilot. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All these tracks from Carl Casey. I don't know, maybe. Line can connect at any time, no need manually sync. Yes, already saw that apparently. Enjoy the bagels. Well, the bagels are now in the oven, so they're gonna be coming out in 23 minutes. Hey, Snap, welcome, welcome, welcome. What is being tested at the moment? Jono, not really testing, it's more like, well, I'm gonna be developing here in just a sec, so I just wanted to show you progress here on the thing. And when I enable here my little barrier client, I can actually bring my cursor over to the other side, so now you can you see the cursor in the other one? No, you can't. Yeah, it doesn't sync over from VNC. I mean, VNC is probably mightily confused by having that many cursors all around, all over the place. Anyway, let's stop that. Stop the nonsense. Get back into the saddle. And yeah, if I now disconnect it, the network sync, the client might flip over. They haven't implemented the pausing yet, where it would stop the client side. If I go in here, kill the master side, this guy's gonna go ooh, wherever the last trend said that it should be going, that's where it's gonna go. Woohoo! But all the avionics are basically frozen at this point because no data is coming over from the other side. You're ready for shared flight plugin version with the socket enabled for you. I might. With shared flight, it's going to be a little bit more complicated because I'm going to have some. For example, I didn't anticipate there being more than one user. And for shared flight, we're going to have to integrate into the startup screen so that you don't have to enter an IP address and that kind of stuff. So basically, the reason why I'm developing this currently standalone is so I don't have to have yet another component in the puzzle to try and get it to work. And then I'm going to be integrating shared flight once essentially I know that the underlying system is working right. I don't have so I don't have to trace through whether the bugs are in shared flight or whether they're in the airplane or whether in something else. Ooh, we're going off into the sky here. 33,000 feet now. Yeah, the vertical acceleration is picking up. Anyway, go away. Is it going to survive? No, it isn't. Yeah, because when a network sort of disconnects like that, it sometimes doesn't survive. I'm going to have to look into that. Whether I'm going to keep in that. Might need to rework some of the networking infrastructure still. This is all very much in flux, so don't consider anything you see here. Distance calls handling, things like terrain differences, ground behavior is a whole another can of worms. Oh, that is already, well, it's sort of almost in place. Why want to use shared flight when you got this? ITG's shared flight provides user discovery and some more convenient networking options, so you don't have to enter your IP address and set up routing, forwarding, and that kind of stuff. So that is sort of, I guess, shared flight's unique feature here. But I'm developing this to be essentially, right now, entirely independent because that is the most controlled environment I can deal with right now. Everything under one roof. Yeah, terrain differences. Right now, I have almost everything in place to handle those. And ground behavior. Well, I'm overriding the entire flight model on the guest side, so there is no ground behavior in there at all. There's not two airplanes running. Okay, snap. That is a notable difference here. Cool. Right, my little list here of things to work on. Barrow disconnect. Right. That is a something and DISP. Let's see, sync. No, not that. Not that. Was it an AFD PFD? Barrow sync. What did I call you? Now I had a little function here that allowed the thing to override. Yeah, not checklist override. QNH sync. Temp override. Yeah, that's the one. It's an AFD PFD. No, hang on. AFD. That one. Okay, QNH sync override. Called QNH sync. QNH sync. Yeah, sure. QNH sync. And not QNH sync or EFD QNH sync override. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this QNH sync up here. QNH sync is if we have that and that. Yeah, that's a little bit more readable. And not QNH sync. We're not trying to do QNH sync. That's when we want to bring up the miscompare. Aha, yes. And AFD, PFD, QNH sync override. And AFD, PFD, QNH sync override. Now I know why it didn't work, because I didn't even properly implement the thing. Sync override. Good stuff. PFD, QNH sync override. Okay, QNH sync, and the override is always set to true unless set otherwise. We'll do it like this. QNH sync is PFD QNH sync and PFD QNH sync override. And we'll put that up in here. But there's only one comparison I'm doing, or one check. It's a little bit more logical that way. Good stuff. Cool. So with this in place, hopefully, I'm gonna have to do probably go ahead and sync over the other build. So check in, push. On this side, we're gonna go git pull. There you go. I have new mail. Whatever. And then we're gonna go. Wait, do I not have this? Did it relog me fully? Oh, right. Yes, I did. Oops. I logged out fully. That is why this guy didn't carry over. Wonderful. Nice build. SVXDI. SVXDI. Now the other machine is gonna finish up its build. This is already ready to go. So run explain here. The other machine is booted up and the build is complete. So the other guy can go ahead and start up. This guy here can start up. Yeah, so JSnap, I was thinking about whether I'm going to be doing like NAT traversal and stuff, but I'm like, I can't be bothered with this. This is like sort of a minimum complexity implementation on the network side as much as I can get it anyway. So I don't want to be bothering with syncing over a whole truckload or trying to like do stun or turn NAT traversal and that kind of stuff. Is like whatever. If you want to have the simplicity of networking set up, go talk to JSnap. His implementation is going to be, well, once I've got the bridge in place for your stuff, that is going to be easier for them to deal with. Okay, get the autopilot back in place. And this guy's gonna link up and get that thing going. Wonderful. So what is that I wanted to check here? I am on the right side here. So when I now turn my barrow, not quite. Crap. Why are you still sinking? You shouldn't be. Why are you still sinking? What's happening here? Did I forget to actually feed that through? QNH sync. Oh, sync. Set QNH sync, not active. It's in the temp slot. Active, active, active. What is active? Add a shared cockpit is active. Yeah, so that should be now not true anymore. Thinking. Okay. QNH sync. Set QNH sync. Blah, blah, blah. Not temp override. Sync override. QNH sync override. Yeah. QNH sync and sync override have to be true. Gotta sort of miscompare. Sync and sync override. This is cross-side sync. Yeah, this is cross-side sync. So that is definitely not gonna be set. Instant override. What the hell's happening? Why is it... Okay, well, debugging time, I suppose. Break AFD PFD 1685. Let's try and move down. Nope. That's not what's triggering it. Let's see. Break and AFD PFD 1521. And sync up the source code. That isn't the thing. Where do we actually handle the QNH anyway? It's going to be in DCP input handling, because this is actually the barrow knob, funnily enough, is part of the display control panel. So this guy here is actually hardwired into here. That's the thing that's handling the sending of the, or the handling of the button or the knob. Okay, and blah blah blah. Info break. Okay, break AFD PFD 1670. Info push. You shouldn't be, well. We for sure shouldn't be syncing over to the left. Oh, I know why. No, hang on. Maybe I need to actually do this on the master machine. The master machine that does the sync. Maybe this guy is the one I need to be talking to. Yeah, he's the one who has control of the state here. I'm gonna have to deal with stupid whatchamacallit, LLDB user command line interface. Okay, Control C, breakpoint set, file, AFD PFDC, line 1670, continue. So that didn't trigger. Nor did that. And trigger that line. There's the miscompare stuff. So that correctly actuated. Okay, breakpoint set, file, AFD PFDC, line 1521. Continue. The hell? I know, I think I don't know. Whatever. This guy's gonna go away. And yeah, I think I didn't pull the correct source code over, did I? Of course, it would help if I actually had built the thing correctly. Okay, build is complete. Run. Am I talking to myself or is somebody still in chat? I can't see here. Are you people around? Or have I finally bored you to death? There's somebody still here. Some crazy dedicated folks. Anyway, run that. Yes, you are. Did I hit a breakpoint here? Breakpoint delete. Continue. Yeah, there we go. That's the joys of developing this malarkey with the multi-crew stuff. It's just you have to sync up two machines and it's a whole bunch of headachy. There we go. Yeah, this is the right-hand side. That's why it says FD1 on here. I was about to scream bloody murder, but fortunately, because I was looking at different PFDs. Good stuff. Now, aha! Success. See the yellow underbar there? That means desynchronized barrel setting. This guy shouldn't have. Yeah, he doesn't have the FO assists tab on there, but the master side does, and this is now grayed out. You cannot enable it. So also, by the way, the audio control panels. Never hurt his mouth. Ah, neat. Apple blueberries. Yeah, so right now what I've also done is you have now independent control of the audio control panels. So that means, and they are, therefore they will apply the correct settings to your audio. So you can actually, when you're on VATSIM or Pilot Edge, you'll be hearing different things. So this is the right-hand side audio control panel now, and that's the one that's going to apply to me as long as I'm the right seater. This one's always going to be the one that's going to be applied to the networking settings. So I can go ahead and tune in a different frequency. I don't know, whatever. I can tune in a different frequency on the right-hand side, and that's the one I'm going to be listening on, unless I also enable, you know, VHF1 and stuff. It would be helpful if I didn't clip into this panel. But the left-hand seater can listen to independent radios. They can listen to their own independent radio station. Yeah. So that is now disconnected, and it will not matter even if I sit over on the left-hand side. It won't apply the left-hand radio panel to me. Yes. So it will correctly radio out. And you didn't see this earlier, JSnap, but there is no control takeover in here. If I go ahead and I'm going to disconnect the autopilot, I can control it. Here is I'm controlling it from the right-hand seat, but I can also control it from the left-hand seat at the same time. The inputs are simply added on top of each other. The idea being that there isn't an explicit requirement to have There isn't an explicit requirement to have like a control handover. I don't like that. Also, I think I kicked off the autopilot somehow. So yeah, there is no explicit there's no explicit control handover like there's in shared flight. Sorry, I don't like it in shared flight. So I guess I'm sure we can sort of work something out for shared flight integration for that. But the idea is anybody can control the airplane from any seat, and it's mostly a matter of human protocol. Ah, right. We're both animated. Just can't win. Yeah, the toll is, yeah, I can imagine. Anyway, the practical upshot here is that they can each control the airplane and just verbally communicate to each other. You have control, I have control, that's it. The only thing that is explicit, even the lab, yeah, sure, maybe. The only thing that is explicit is which side of the cockpit you're sitting on. So you'll note that right now I'm on the right seat over here, left seat over there. And if I go and try and change seats like this by clicking on the seat, or there's an actual menu item for that, you can request a seat swap. Then the other person has to agree to that explicitly. And in this case, if I want to go back to being the left seater over here, the other guy has to agree. Or I can do it through request seat swap. Yes. And I am now the right-hand seater. Your flight where optionally grab the yoga will grab control for the lane planes. Yes, I had that before JSnap, where it would like transfer control over explicitly. Like if you input like, I don't know, 10% deflection, I had a whole configuration menu in here for how much control deflection would cause the handover to happen. I removed that and just went with this kind of a design. I'll be back in a few minutes, folks. Just need to take the bagels out of the oven. Alrighty, back in business. Bagels are done. So my dinner is, I guess, saved. Through multitasking, yes. Homemade bagels, fancy pants. Yeah, and made from wild yeast starter, not even from commercial yeast. Which reminds me, I got to put the yeast starter. I got to check on it. It's probably already done, so I got to put it back in the fridge. Stand by. Actually, I'm going to leave the starter out for another 40 minutes. He needs a little bit more farting time in the ambient air, so what I'm going to give him. I have a laundry list of bug fixes unrelated to shared cockpit to resolve first. Yes. I'm about to purchase a Chally. Here's about how much time I have to learn recipes, you know. Oh, you've got probably weeks at this point, Jono, so feel free to purchase at your convenience. The Chally already comes with an automatic first officer for the time being. and he's going to keep you. He's going to basically get you started on the procedures. The procedures are not any different when you're looking at the shared cockpit case. The only difference is you're going to have a human do the checklist instead of a machine. And let me swap this over. This guy needs to go away from checklists. Now it's going to go back over to checklists. There we go. Only difference is going to be it's going to be a human running these checklists for you instead of a machine. Although the nice thing about a human is a human can do things that the machine really can't. Notably, a human can skip stuff more easily and understand differences. So for instance, if you are on a quick turn, a human can run the quick turn checklist for you. They can understand that when you're in an in-range checklist, they don't have to start the APU if you do not have APU functional, or if you want to prefer landing without APU. You can in fact rewrite the checklist if you want, and redesign it to your specific operator needs. And a human will understand that. A machine will not. Well, I guess you can extend the machine interface a little bit to understand not to run the APU checklist every time, but oh yeah, this guy, that reminds me, yeah, APU sync, no, not APU, ADG, also APU, some stuff in the APU isn't quite, like the sound needs to be synced over. I don't think I've got that done. Okay, so the Barrow sync is now gone in shared flight mode. So both sides now need to correctly set up their Barrow sync. Well, failures sync from day one. Yes. So failures are on my to-do list. It's mostly a matter of tying up the user interface here. I don't want to click on it because I don't know if it's going to run. It's probably going to crash my machine. But yeah, failures, it's really a matter of, like, the failures are not so much a question of... Good luck, have fun. The failures are not so much a question of syncing up. It's mostly a matter of, like, bringing the user interface for the failure manager from the... Oh man, this is kind of all over the place. I need to resize that window to actually get at the controls. Ah, there we go. Wonderful. Already done it for me. Whoa, what the hell was that? What the hell? Let's see. Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, it really hates it when the window is larger, wider than the... Yeah, whatever. And it's mostly a matter of getting the user interface here to be basically presentable on here. But the failure manager, the core of the system is actually still going to be running on the master machine. Man, this is painfully slow on Mac. Mouse input. Anyway, mouse wheel input anyway. Cool. So that one is done. Think over the GPU. Right. Shall we try to land this thing? I'm going to remove the wind because that's going to make it absolutely horrible. So go away weather. And we're going to go, by the way, same thing as normal, or same thing as all the other stuff. Your trim and your autopilot disconnect are now also dependent on where you sit. So if I push autopilot disconnect on my stick, it's going to operate the right hand one, not the left hand one. Same thing on pitch. I'm operating the pitch trim, and well, let me just make it like this. It's moving the left hand or right hand pitch trim switch. Will you spec a connection speed requirement? Yes, it's 1 megabit. And in fact, you can see why. If I bring you in, you're going to be able to see a little bit better. because this is the sort of data rate that we are transferring here. Bit rate, compressed, receive on the client side, and obviously the other side has the symmetrical requirement. All right, I also need to have implement SVS on client, or make it functional, I guess. Only applies to the generic commands, not the control wheel specific commands. Yes, of course. Yeah, I mean you can still push the button on this side if you use the mouse, of course. Yeah, that still works. Why aren't you moving? Oh, oh right, this is bound up to the, yeah, the 3D click spot there is using the generic command. One of those things we never considered to be all that important, but will be now. Okie doke. So, Mr. Right-hand seater, can you please tune up my radios for me? Already got those in, but we're just gonna go swap over to green needles for the time being. I think I've already got the ILS course set in. That's all done. I'm controlling from the guest side. I don't know, where are we? Over there somewhere. Yeah, I could fly this. I could transfer over the autopilot to the right-hand seater. Bring the autopilot. Since I'm now the... I'm gonna say that I'm in control. I'm gonna say that I'm gonna obviously own the autopilot panel. From the right seat. Yes. May need a definitive list. Absolutely. And I would also like some flight path vector, please. And yeah, of course, if you flip up the heads-up display, you can still use that, of course. Even on the guest side. Gonna have to self-vector myself here a little bit. You're 3,000 feet. I'm gonna, I don't know, truck it out to 15 miles out, 16 miles out roughly. With the cross track, that should place us about 13 miles outbound, more or less. Wait, so the left seat is hand flying, the right seat needs to transfer. No, TCAS climb. I can have the transfer. This is more a procedural matter. No, I can still control the right-hand side autopilot. I'm sorry, the left-hand side autopilot. This is mostly a matter of which side of the flight computers is controlling the servos, and that is something that's running entirely on the host, not on the client. The client here is kind of just along for the ride, just gets to push the buttons and see the lamps changed, but it is still, all the systems are running on the left hand, on the host, not the left hand side, the host side. Just my Mac here happens to be the host side for this session. Oh, probably have not turned on proper screen share. So now the Mac here is the guy who's running the actual airplane. He has the systems, he has the flight computers, everything. Just this guy is also allowed to push the buttons, put in input controls, and see the output on the screens. You know, this is just a matter of like procedure and protocol. But when you're most operators, now, first of all, most operators for Challengers and many bizjets, they actually, if they're going to be flying, they change seats. So if guy, you know, John, who was sitting in the right-hand seat, he's going to be pilot flying for the next sector, and we would actually physically change seats over to the left side and fly from the left. Many operators simply do not fly from the right-hand side unless it's an emergency. But pretend that we are that kind of an operator that does. In that case, I'm simply going to be, what I want to say here. I'm simply going to be Let me think. Yeah, I'm simply going to transfer the autopilot to the right-hand side just for my benefit, I guess. Really not all that necessary. Okay, here is 15 miles out, almost there. And I'm going to transfer the autopilot to the other. Or I'm going to do a base turn. There's 15 miles, so do a base. There is a base. Speed 210. Just for interest's sake, I'm going to sort of pretend that I'm, flying it from the right-hand seat, and I'm marked right-hand seater here, and I'm going to have left seater do the aircraft configuration for me right now. The co-pilot decides to be PF for landing. For the tiller, yes. Yeah, Vinny, that's exactly what happens. When you get to, when you're done with the landing, yeah, it's same as the ND Airlines. I don't have a tiller on here, so I can't control it from the right seat. I would have to go your controls, and then it is the left seater's job to taxi the airplane. Okay, coming up to localizer, so speed 180. I'm gonna set in about a 30-degree intercept. Arm approach mode, approach slope to glide slope. And on the left-hand side, I would have approach 1, glide slope. Flaps 1, please. So the left seater here goes okay. Flaps 1. Actually, I didn't want to push Alt F4. Okay, there is flaps 1, flaps 20. What am I saying here? It's not an Airbus. $14 miles out. How are we looking on? Yeah, we're just about getting ready to intercept in not too distant future, hopefully before we get to the glide slope. That'll be a magnificent self-vectoring job right there. And I could ask this guy to run me the approach numbers here. So go perf approach. It is a 10,000 foot runway. Field elevation is about 150. We've got 0 wind. Actually, it'll be 0. There's the intercept. We got some V speeds in, but I'm pretty sure the FMS wasn't initialized with correct fuel. Now it's got correct fuel. Approach and send the V speeds over, please. V speeds are in. There's glide slope capture. 160 and flaps 30, please. There's flaps 30. Speed is 160. And we're looking just about on the money. Think up the heading here. Missed approach is 3,000. And it again, I'm just putting the inputs in, pushing the buttons, but it is this side actually, this machine, that is doing the actual flying. Or the actual like physics and the aerodynamics and the avionics stuff. The brain stuff. This dude is just along for the ride, so to speak. Alrighty, landing checks, getting ready, just about. I'm gonna call gear at 2,000 just to have some time to set everything up. And there is actual audio for Let me pause the music. We should have proper audio for the systems, like the chip whisk callouts and all that should work. Okay, gear down, please. Speed. Go back to VREF plus about 7, more or less. And flaps 45. There's some screwiness with the audio I still gotta fix. The audio for the engines is not quite right on the client side yet, so that's something I'm going to be looking into. But we got thrust reversers aren't. We got gear down, 3 green, flaps 45. Trim is about right. This guy should have turned on my transponder. From here on out, I have control. I'm sort of out of reach of my throttle, so I'm not going to be bothering with the throttle. And flight director is off.
1,000.
Checked. My stupid notch heat thrustmaster joystick. This is literally just me moving it inside of the center notch. Piece of crap. Once it's stabilized, it's stabilized. Getting a little bit low there. Up a little smidge. Really, we're looking for. Let me bring you in like that. Would have helped if I hadn't been looking down at my keyboard. Three reds. I'm going to correct a little bit there. There we go. That's a weird perspective, isn't it? Whoa.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Come on. Spoilers up. Thrust reverse. I'm doing this on the guest here. Thrust, reverse idle. No reverse. Hey, Sim Caesar, how are you? AT is disconnect. And now we'd say, whatever, control over to the right-hand seater. I'm just gonna do it like this. I'm gonna request a seat swap with him. Oh, right, yeah, I can't do that while I'm moving. Yeah, there's a little bit of, it should have popped up a message here. Why aren't you popping up messages? It's enabled. It should have popped up a message that seat swap is not available while takeoff, landing, and taxi. Whatever. Well, Mr. Right Seater here would have to take, or left seater here would have to take control. What I can do is I can literally just mash the brakes, and now I should be able to swap seats. Yes. Okay, now I'm the left seater. This guy's now over to the right. It would really help if my frame rate wasn't horrible on the master machine. My throttle wasn't over in the next zip code. Get over here. What I can do, should shouldn't I? I could play around with the latency. Route the stuff with time between delay and a human land electrical feedback loop, a bit like having had a beer before. Landing from client should introduce some delay in the human flight control feedback loop. Well, currently the latency is very low because I'm running over a local network. But theoretically, I could induce. I'm gonna have to hit the brakes here. I can't try and simulate time delay. Well, I thought this was a dev stream, not a butter stream. Well, it really isn't. So I still have the audio to work on the external here. Stow that guy. Stand by. I'm gonna set it up so that I can theoretically simulate some time delay. Yeah. Okay, stand by. I'm gonna have to do some setup. Or could I do this on the Mac side of things? Yes, I could. Let me just bring that over. And like that. Mac is the main machine, so if I go like that. Or a local network, it will be. But what I can do is I can bounce TCP packets through my US server, which is hosting hotstart.net, and that'll introduce a whole truckload of latency. I'm gonna go reload here. I just don't want to, reveal the machine. Well, I guess you kind of do know who's hosting that. But anyway. And like that. What are you unhappy about? All right. There we go. And now we have 200 milliseconds of latency. I'm bouncing the packets off of my server in the US and back. So, brakes off. Let's see, hang on, which guy pushed the brakes here? So he's got the brakes off. And what about you? Oh, right, hang on, I'm right seater now. Yeah. Now they're a little bit unhappy about it. Let's see, like that. No. I need to fix this. Let's see. He is now right seater, good stuff. Yeah, there was a system in there that did track which one's in which seat, and I unfortunately broke that now with some rework, but we'll get that done. Come on. Connect up, you stupid thing. There we go. And that. Takes some rejiggering to get it to start with that network pipe. But we're back in business. And hopefully This guy's now, yeah, he's left seater now. I am in the right seat here. There we go. Sorted itself out on the position filter. And yeah, we've got 190 milliseconds of latency here. Yeah, I'm gonna pretend to be... Hang on, we're still moving. So, stop. Swap seats. Yeah. Now, whose pedals are pressed? That guy's got pedals over there. Yeah, I think I've released both pedals. Now we're dealing with 200 milliseconds of latency. So if I start a turn here, I guess you could get a little bit dizzy from this if you tried and, I don't know, you can try and go flying with it. Swap order back to that. And this guy's gonna pull the flaps up. Yeah, this is like pretty bad in terms of latency. A little bit power to make the turn here. I need to check why it's so unstable when we come to full stop. Shouldn't be doing that. Weird. Brakes off. Do we have a thrust target? Yes, we do. Do I have, like, watch this. When I roll the knob here, that's how much delay there is now on the input. But yeah, it does get a little bit tricky. Let's see what we can do about it. I'm gonna take this off of checklists. I'm gonna take the ICAS over to the left. This guy can bring on checklists on there. Wonderful. Let's go. ATS is engaged. Yeah, and everything is time delayed here a little bit, so have to be fairly gentle on the controls. Okay. Positive rate of climb. I have to reach over to the other side because I don't have gear handle sync. There we go. Autopilot, actually bring it over to the left. Autopilot, please. There's altitude select capture. And flaps up on this side. Speed like, I don't know, 210, 220, something like that. So yeah, let's feel it out. Kill the autopilot. fairly controllable. Gotta kill the flight director here and just fly it as I would normally. Try not to get distracted with the other screen here. A little bit too tempting to be looking over there. With no scenery outside, it's a little bit also confusing, so let me turn around here. Try and face the island again. There's that usual Challenger bind where the pitch power couple that's inverted. So the more power the airplane, the engines are putting out, the more you have to pitch. You have to give it nose up trim. It's just confusing as all hell with the high mounted engines. And yeah, 200 milliseconds is the threshold for this thing going from yellow to red in a single bar. So let me just make it so that you only see the simulator here on the stream machine. And that, come on Toto, fly proper. Yes, sorry. So would you do canyon runs in this? Probably not, with this amount of latency on it. But in terms of control input, as long as we don't pay too much attention to what the stick here is doing. I mean, as long as you're reasonable about it, I guess it's flyable. I didn't have a stupid joystick that had a giant notch in the middle, where I like have 10% of deflection just by moving it inside of the center notch. If we just focus on flying with the outside world or on the instruments, seems pretty flyable to me. There's a slight delay in control input, I guess. That is caused essentially by the fact that the slave side here doesn't actually run any flight model, so it just gets. There'll be a way to show where the other person's eyes are by showing the location of the mouse pointer. Yes, I was thinking about I could do that. What I'm probably going to do is when they're outside of the airplane or in the FBO, I'm going to give you like a basic, like a stick figure kind of 3D model that walks around. So that is easily doable. Mouse location, yeah, it's also doable as well. I just don't want it to get like confusing where it'd be like, I don't know, a box moving about or something too much. That will get annoying, but yeah, I can understand what you mean.
2500.
So let me just do a little bit of scud running here. Down.
Sync rate. Pull up. Pull up.
And yeah, the the terrain data display is also there.
Pull up.
And that gets sent over the network. That is all part of that. Yeah, now it's pissed off about the gear. That is all part of that 480 kilobit per second that's being streamed over. So yeah, viable. Got 200 milliseconds of delay.
Caution,
Round trip or ping or whatever.
Terrain. Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain. Terrain. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up.
So yeah, as you can see, flyable on 200 milliseconds. Is it the greatest experience ever? Implement their flashlight position, something like that, yeah. Is it the greatest experience? Probably not.
Too low, terrain.
Is it flyable? Yeah, absolutely. Did you land with this? Yeah, you can. In fact, let's do that. Go back to 250 on the speed. Normally, again, that would be the person not flying right now, taking care of your your autopilot settings, while you are hands-on throttle and autopilot off, essentially. But of course, we can do whatever. I'm gonna take this guy over to loc mode, and this guy also over to loc mode. And would you cancel the alert for me, please? Because it's driving me friggin' nuts. Man, trying to do two persons job from 2 seats is a little bit confusing. Yes, I know. Cancel the alert again, please. It's about to drive me up a wall. In fact, why don't you just go ahead and roll this stupid pre-selector off, out of my way. I'm gonna keep a little map on here so I can sort of self-vector myself. Well, I guess I could just fly a VFR. Go up to maybe 2,500 for a glide slope there. Don't need to go in too fast. There we go. Or too far, I guess. We'll make it a short final. That means about 2,000 will do. For the altitude. There was about 3 degrees nose down. Actually, 3 degrees path down is what I wanted. Yeah, there's 2,000 feet, so pull up on the stick. Okay, set speed 180, and that'll be the other guy's job, so they'd go and roll this guy down to 180 for me, and 1,500 feet is what I want here. This is a lot of work. Hopefully I left myself enough room there. Gotta run the flaps from this side because I can't be bothered messing around with the other window there. Just getting a little bit too much. Okay. So, gear down, flaps 30. Didn't want to push Alt F4. And speed. Yeah. There's some bug with the audio there. Yeah, about speed final approach speed. A little bit quite high. Well, we'll make it work. And I'm gonna go right through the center line there. There we go. Okay, gears down, flaps are 45, thrust reversers are armed.
1,000.
Yeah, flyable with that 200 millisecond delay. Is it great? No. But doable. Packet loss as well.
500.
I have not. It's probably not going to play too well. Your thing is losing packets like crazy.
Glide slope.
Yes,
Glide
glide slope.
100.
Here we go.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Right, so. I'd say that was a usable landing. It wasn't great. And go to thrust reverse. Cancel the ATS caution there. So I had to tunnel via VPN and force everything to TCP as P2P connections in Germany are pretty horrible. One side has chosen is the most unreliable ISP, which sadly is still sometimes the only ISP in their area. I don't know. Your mileage may vary. Just stow that. I haven't tested it with packet loss because there is, I mean, the system sync has to be fairly reasonably lossless. Like, we can't be losing data too hard because a certain amount of loss is okay, but it's a TCP connection for the system sync. Positional sync is running over UDP, so there if you lose drop packets, generally it'll be okay. It won't be too bad. Gonna have the right seater here. He's gonna kill that. Kill that. Oh, the auto FO has joined the party, so he's gonna get killed. So kill auto FO, handling of anti-collision lights. Of all lights. Okay, coming up a bit fast there. Yeah, fine taxiing with 200 milliseconds of delay. Probably not going to go too well, especially if you have to use, like, pulsing the brake key here like me. Tiller input really actually kind of isn't all that much of a problem, even though thing is, the nose wheel itself has a limited rate of steering, so people generally try not to go too crazy bananas on the steering input. Like, it's not a race car, it's not supposed to respond within a fraction of a second. So if you have a slight delay at like 100 milliseconds, 200 milliseconds on seeing the thing respond on the tiller, generally it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, this kind of fine steering at the end, that's a little bit tricky. I need to check why it's getting so jittery around the 0 point. Alrighty. Parking brake set. In fact, which doom there, buddy. You should have had the flaps up a week ago. And yeah, at this point it'll be, I think it's pilot flying generally, the left side here, who does the rest of the configuration when you're already stopped. That'll be these. Yes, I know. And you can see how long it takes for the switches to respond there. Some stuff happens fast, some stuff doesn't. Okey-doke, with that, these guys coming out. Normally switch actuation is actually very fast, it's just these two are particularly a little bit different. Also throttle input is a little bit different. Okey-doke, that, transponder, beacon is off, and seatbelts. Yeah, that's a 200 millisecond delay flight. Barely usable, I would say. More than 200 milliseconds, you're probably best off letting the person who's hosting the flight fly, and you just being along for the ride. The position should be still reasonably okay, but you trying to fly with more than 200 milliseconds of round-trip delay, it's not going to be it's not going to be a great experience. Anyway, what do we want to fix? Right, Mr. Auto FO, he's going to go and die a fiery death with him trying to control the airplane. Let's see. That's all okay. We drained the center tank. Out. Everything else is fine and dandy. I could sit here and have the other guy go over. Man, there's a ton of latency additionally in VNC itself. That's funny. I don't think I've implemented the cabins. Do I have the cabin synced over? I'm not sure. I do. Interesting. So yeah. Hey C172JH, welcome. Just finished flying on X-Plane 11-2. Wonderful. Well, we're kind of still in the midst of development here, so to that end, what am I going to do here? I wanted to kill the auto FO when we are flying. Right. So he has a flight loop callback, doesn't he? Floop. Yep. FO actions. Floop CB. Yeah, and you are definitely not going to do a damn thing when you are... Let's see, F-loop CB, F-loop interval, perform 200. This is action set, target thrust 200. Action no wait, that's just revoking it. That's switch actuation. Where is the anti-collision stuff? A call. Config a call lights. Where do we operate that part? We check it over FO main. Should you even be online? Pretty sure that guy shouldn't even exist. A bus module alloc and FO actions in it. Oh, you shouldn't have been initialized. Yeah, the FO actions floop. No, he shouldn't even be here. He shouldn't have joined the party at all. Oh right, no, it's different. Right. I got this mixed up. Is active. There. He was running on the master side here. Like, shared cockpit is active. Now, hang on, it's going to be a little more complicated. So, want client. Yeah, that's okay. But also on the master side here, he's going to be looking at your cockpit. Okay, FO main. And stand by. If you are... Your cockpit is active. We only see the cockpit. Ah, right. Apologies for that. Stand by. I'll bring you in just a sec here. I'll just be... Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Yeah, I'll just be a sec here. FO actions flight loop. If shared cockpit is active, we want to have this guy go ahead and get lost. Okie doke. So, with that in place, I'm going to go ahead and quit this version. I'm going to go and quit that version. I'm going to have to rebuild it. Add this thing here. Check in. Push. Then on this side here, it's got to go pull. Rebuild everything, rerun everything. And not that window, this window here. Wait for the build to complete. Build is complete. Okay, run and run. You should be able to see everything now. Good, you can. Wonderful. And with fingers crossed, the automatic first officer has now gone away. First, I'm going to have to run or start up that instance there. And not that dragging part. I'm going to compactify the window like that so that it fits inside of the VNC. So run. And this guy, you're going to go, actually, you know what, we're going to go direct here. I'm going to go through the delay loop. Okie doke. Pull up that staircase. And we're going to become the left seater. So with any luck here, yeah, sure, whatever, cold enough. Turn on that thing. And left engine. Or we'll say it's less than 120, whatever, close enough. Generator 2, generator 1. Now let's pull the parking brake out. Brake is out. Okie doke, and fingers crossed, these should not move by themselves now. Since I have gone ahead and killed the automatic first officer. And okay, approach the runway, didn't flip the auto anti-collision lights. Wonderful stuff. I have to figure out why the hell it's sort of jittering like that. It shouldn't be doing that when we're just about stopped or moving very, very slowly. Interesting, the X-plane acceleration is really unstable at very low speeds. That's an improvement I can do quite easily. Don't trust acceleration when the speed is teeny tiny. Okay, easy fix for that. So Mr. First Officer has already left the party. That's good. Then we're going to go into netlink pause.c and common filter time. Ta-da-ta-ta. And where are we setting up our coefficients? There we go. Set up common filters. Getting there, getting there. And here we go. Wonderful. So, prediction matrix, process covariance, whatever. I don't care about the process covariance, but we do care about the measurement here. Do position update, longitude angle wrapping, blah blah blah. Here we go. Latitude and longitude. This is the measurement covariance, and here's our problem child right here. We are way too trusting of this value when the speed is very, very low. So, to that end, we're gonna compute a ground speed here, GS, and the ground speed is gonna be simply the square root, not a U in this SQRT, of the power of 2 of update north-south velocity plus power of 2 update east-west velocity. That is our ground speed. And let's see, acceleration cov multiplier. So when acceleration covariance multiplier is gonna be when we are, it's gonna be a weighted average between 1 and let's say 1000. And we're going to iterate between the two. Let's call 1001. Iterate as a fraction of, or fraction of ground speed between 0 and, I don't know, like 5 knots? Something like that. Clamp the value. And we're going to go Excel covariance multiplier. And basically what this will do is it'll cause the filter to disregard, well, KT2 MPS, KT2 MPS. That will cause the filter right, I need to pull that in a header here. That'll be this right here. Perf 1495. So it'll basically make the filter disregard the acceleration value when we are very close to being 0 velocity. And this should get rid of that jitter. Connect back up. Sim hello world. And let's have a check at what the filters are doing. Aha, you see? Now it's not really following the acceleration values that are provided by the master machine. And if I go ahead and... do I have parking brake pulled? No, I don't. Oh, right now. Shit, now I'm also left seater. Let's see. Yeah, whatever. And we're gonna reload again here just so we get it out of being an idiot. SimMac hello world. Wonderful stuff. So now I control the right hand brakes. The left hand brakes are not applied, so if I add a little bit of power, yes, we move. And much less jitteriness, but still a little bit. We are still following that data way too much. Yeah, that's real shit data right there, buddy. There we go. Yes, so above what sort of speed? Interesting that it gets so crappy at low speeds here. Do I have an output for that? No, I don't. Okay, maybe I need to make it more. Yeah, it'll be a step change between, I don't know, 5 and 10. Two right seaters, trippy. Yeah, they're sitting in each other's lap. What's this banging at me about? I don't know. Whatever, it's something probably. Okey-doke. And let's make it like this. Reload. And let's go. Hello world. Hello world is my super secret password here on the internal network. Because who gives a crap? Let's see, did I release the brakes here? Now I have. There we go, mostly smooth. Almost. It might just need a little bit more desensitization to it. The brakes off. Let's go. Needs a bunch more desensitization. So instead of 1,000, let's go 10,000. Reload. And again, Master does not care what we're doing on the other side. He's just sitting there wondering at what this idiot's doing. Alrighty. Longitude position. Alright, and let's go. Smooth. All mostly smooth. Velocity is also jittery as all hell. Yes, yes, fuel imbalance. It sort of evens out when we get going. Is it a bug in my code? I don't know. We'll figure it out in a sec here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reload. I'm gonna go into standalone mode. I'm basically just gonna run the airplane as normal. And what I'm gonna try, yeah, just go whatever. Oh, hang on. Breakpoint. Oh, yeah, sorry. Had a breakpoint set there. Oopsie daisy. Yep. APU is what I need.
Nose.
Yes,
nose.
a lot of nose.
Nose.
Position variables. Yeah, the position variables scan. So some are double, some are float. You have to kind of know which ones to pick so you don't get into like trouble. Okay, and that, and that.
Nose door.
Now, we do want that. You can go ahead and pull the GPU away. Oh, already closed that little flap. Wonderful. Passenger door needs to be closed for the engine start. Okie doke. And go that, that. And start up the engine. And with any luck, pretty soon let's time accelerate through this thing. Okay, get the other run turning. Okie doke. Whatever, close enough. So, if we now... Alright, I still got chocks in. Yeah, that'll generally be a bit of a burden to taxiing. And if I bring you in, position, local, it's a little jittery, but it's not terrible right now. But if I accelerate a little bit more, no, it shouldn't be that jittery. The valleys are a little bit jittery, but not too bad. It's probably this guy sending over some junk. Well, it could be frame rate related. What if I make the frame rate on this machine really bad? Like, I don't know, 8-time FXAA, something like that. And I don't know, looking at it like there. No, the acceleration is still pretty much... Ah, there it is. Yeah, there it is. So there's like a slight window of opportunity where X-Plane just goes haywire with the acceleration data. There. Low. It's a little bit hard to guess without graphing it properly. It doesn't seem that jittery at all. I don't have Dataref editor on this machine, so let's fix that. Resources plugins. Do I have plugins disabled? I don't. All time to download Dataref editor on the other box. Dataref editor, X-Plane. Yep. X squawk box. Give me that download link. You know what? Screw this. I'm just gonna SCP the thing over. SCP resources plugins Dataref editor over to SimMac X-Plane 11 resources plugins. There we go. It's a piece of crap old plugin that should work with pretty much anything that is functional. Hey Deutschbacks. There's a little bit of jitteriness in them, but there shouldn't be all that much. Let's have a look-see at what happens when we run it properly with Dataref editor directly on the box. And we want that, and we want that. Okay, and so in here, if I now go, add a bunch of power. Okay, let's bring up Navigraph editor. And we want to have you look at low position, local, A, whatever. Acceleration data refs. Bring up the power and just start taxing a little bit. Oh yeah, okay, there we go. So apparently, is this caused by the horrible frame rate on Mac? Florida. Yeah, it sort of is. It's caused by the frame rate issue that I have when I bring it in close to where we are drawing the avionics. It's mostly a Toto problem, not a general problem that I need to fix. Like if I'm here and start taxiing, yeah, it goes like haywire. And once it's decided to there we go. Now it's kind of back into sensible territory. It's a Toto problem, not a problem of general usage. It means it's a problem I can ignore. So, close you, reload this, and I'm gonna need to take a note of this. Alright, yeah, Paul. Alrighty. Cool. Now we want to go Simac, hello world, connect. Left, right seat, good stuff. It's really just a problem with the Mac version here, which just insists on being a bit of a idiot at low speeds when I'm internal. And when I go like this, it's perfectly buttery smooth. Add a bunch of power. Yeah, it's just a symptom of the problem with metal on Mac, on whatever. Maybe connect and zoom out on a host, and then it should be fine if it's all FPS issue. Yeah, I know. It is an FPS issue. It's just more a matter of like weird corner case on the Mac. Like it doesn't happen. It's not even an FPS issue because even a sub 30 frame rate FPS is fine. It's really just a matter of like when I go from 60 FPS, as soon as it starts rendering the screens onto the X-Plane avionics display inside of the 3D cockpit, that's when it dips, and it dips because of something to do with the metal Mac OpenGL metal bridge. It's one of those weird pieces of garbage that you have to deal with. So when I go like this, start accelerating, let me actually bring up the data displays here. Latitude and the longitude. I hope I got the brakes out. See? Perfectly smooth here. Now it's complaining about the fact that we are already transferred enough to center to the fuel tanks. So see, like this, it's buttery. It's absolutely no problem at all. In fact, this guy's running at a much lower frame rate, so 28, 29 per FPS. And it's all okay. As soon as I get to a little bit close, too close for this guy, there. Now it's doing that weird shit with the acceleration and the velocity. Even though 27, 28 FPS should be perfectly fine to fly, there's something with the timing code on X-Plane's flight model just gets completely fucked. And it stops being fucked when you go beyond, I don't know, like 4 or 5 knots, something like that. But on the flip side, even with that FPS issue now, it should be perfectly flyable. Like the amount of positional error that we accumulate is teeny tiny. Sweet. Alright. And if we stay a little bit away, stay out of the issue zone, give it power. Yeah, accelerates like butter. And positional error is essentially negligible. Sweet. So, what else do we have to work on? Engine audio external needs fixing. Alrighty, gear sync. I don't want to be working on that. Sync up the ADG deployment. Static vision on the client. I need another cup of tea, so standby. Also lights. Lights need to be synced. Right now it's using the default X-plane lights, basically actuating and doing the blinky blink, which is not correct. We do have our own custom lights that are actually the way that the airplane would look. Anyway, I'll get to that in just a sec. I gotta go make tea. Stand by for 5 minutes, folks. Alrighty, back in business. And let's have a look. What was the next thing I want to do? GPU sync. Sure, let's do that. So I'm gonna shut down you. I'm gonna shut down you. And have a little thinky think about the GPU sync. So first of all, gotta actually study how the system worked, because I don't remember. And it's called XGen. Is the thing where it is. External generator. So what sort of status variables do you have? Could we just sync the whole thing over as is? We got position where you invoked it. We got request, on, visible, connected, not connected. That's for hiding stuff. And I think that'll be about it. This position thing here gets synced over differently. Okay, so what do we want to bring over? We want to include shared cockpit / shared cockpit.h. And then we want to go and we'll create in here extgen.h, create a little structure which we shall call extgen net state t. It's gonna carry over how do we make these visible or for sound driving? GPU on, visible, connected. So DCR create. I said create. Gen visible, connected, not connected, angular velocity. Okay, so if that's all we need, that's all we need. So this will be float 16. Save on space in the messaging. We use 16-bit half precision numbers wherever possible. Netlink util.h. So for example, if I show you the netlink data structure for the position updates, this is it. The entire position of the aircraft is synced with this data being punted over 30 times a second roughly, and the rest of it is the in-between portions are interpolated using a Kalman filter. So there's some versioning and bullshit and stuff. Timestamping is important for extrapolation because it does extrapolate position so that they are both in sync with respect to time delay. Because obviously if you have 200 milliseconds of time delay and 100 milliseconds, the thing will have traveled something like 30 meters forward, so we need to properly extrapolate position. Latitude degrees, latitude fractional degrees. So those are 16 and 32-bit numbers, and they are fixed precision. And so full degrees are in the 16-bit number, fractional degrees are in this kind of a fixed point, fixed precision value. And I think I got a follower. And stand by, I'll acknowledge you in just a sec here. It's going to bring up the correct window. Where is that window? There you are. And Speedbird VC10. Welcome aboard. So that is how those are represented. Latitude, longitude, fractional, longitude, elevation in meters. Height AGL is in half precision floating point. And then north-south velocity, east-west velocity, vertical velocity are in half precision floating point. Acceleration is half precision floating point. Altitude is half precision fixed point and, well, 16-bit fixed point and then half precision floating point. Sorry, attitude, not altitude, attitude. Crew heading is in fact, but all three are in fixed point, not floating point. So fixed point of this level of precision. So 0.0055 degrees is the smallest step in aircraft attitude that the position in the system can transfer. This is imperceptibly small, but it's a thing. Then we have rates, and the rates are in floating point 16-bit, so that we get finer detail at very low rates of deflection, and then less precision at higher rates of deflection, or it doesn't actually matter all that much. And all the fields are CRC16 for consistency, just in case they do get messed up in transport. There is no authentication of this data, so I guess if somebody, this protocol in general is not designed around confidentiality and super high systems integrity. It's mostly about like if there was literally a problem with the network. There is some HMACing of the data for the system sync. So we do use an actual HMAC SHA-256 on each packet or each message that comes over for the system sync. That is where you entering your password does matter, because it's used inside of a PBKDF. Where are you? Right, it's in netlink util, I think. There we go. Where it takes the password that you enter in there and runs it through 100,000 rounds of HMAC SHA-256 through the PBKDF2 function. And if you know what PBKDF2 is, PBKDF2 is essentially a way to make sure that passwords are harder to break than simple brute forcing of a simple hash function. So this basically makes it password-based key derivation function. It makes it so trying to guess the password is a little bit harder for any attacker. Just general good practice. Okay. We got the audio back online. Wonderful. There we go. Military grade. Yeah, super duper military grade, right? Oh no, it actually is. It really is just about. It's really just about making sure that stuff doesn't quite get lost in transport. And there's somebody who owns the aircraft can't really log in and mess with you if they happen to know your IP address. If they don't know the password, they will not be able to get in. Now, if there was some nefarious actor that was intercepting your packets or crafting packets, they could potentially still mess with, well, sort of mess with you. They could replay existing messages that they've recorded, so there is no replay protection. I might build that into the protocol, not sure yet. But they could look at where you are and what the state of your systems is, that kind of stuff. They could analyze the packets, I guess, because they're not encrypted. Should I encrypt them? It would take additional data. There would have to be a per connection counter for the packets, for the messages actually, and yeah, there'd have to be a per connection counter and a salt and some sort of a negotiation. It's just like, fuck it, that's too much work for this kind of a simple stupid application. All I need is make sure somebody can craft a custom packet and send it to you. Yeah, that's about it. They can't, as long as they can't literally intercept packets along the way and change the connection, then this is more or less going to work. I'll think about it. I haven't decided yet. I was thinking about making it full TLS. TLS has the problem, of course, of having to use certificates. And even if I, created your own certificate, there's really nothing like there's certain confidentiality assurances of TLS depend on having the whole X509 infrastructure in place and a chain of trust, and that's way too heavyweight for this kind of a simple application. Anyway, back to here. Floating point, float 16 for the angular velocity. That's good enough. And for the rest of it, it's going to be a bit field. So we want, which ones of these fields? We want the on request. Let's see. On. Let's see. Blah 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 blah. No, there's in the wrong file. Is what I'm looking at. Request. It's going to be a 1-bit field. All right. This also needs to be packed attribute. So this turns Normally a C compiler, or the compiler in general, is allowed to input padding fields in between. It could pad in another 16 bits of pad here to make sure that the next field starts at a 32-bit boundary. But we don't want that when we're trying to compress stuff as much as possible for, network transfer. So what this does is this expands depending on the compiler. That is a compiler specific extension, but not shader. This macros. This is gonna. Where the hell did I put you? Okay, it's in core. This expands for the compiler specific. Well, in this case, I don't only support GCC and Clang. I could add the version for MSVC, but fuck that. I'm never going to compile on MSVC, so I don't care, to be honest, but I guess I could theoretically. GCC and Clang use this kind of a weird syntax. Like it literally has to be this exact sequence of text in the source code, and then the compiler interprets that as being a hint that this structure is not allowed to use any padding whatsoever. It has to appear in memory exactly as presented here. So that's what's going to happen there. Obviously, it's going to add another 7 bits back here to round this out to a full byte. That is it. I literally just do like this. Uint 8T reserved, and say 7 bits are here, and that'll be that. I might just do that. Whatever. Doesn't make a difference. Let's see. Well, we don't care about the wire data here. We care about the request. Visible, connected, not connected. All of those really could just be being controlled directly from here. Yeah, I'll do that. Next, I'm gonna go in shared cockpit. Shared cockpit C, and you are gonna pull in extgen.h. You're gonna have another type of message here that says extgen state, external generator state, and am I gonna use 2 different messages for it? Fuck it, sure, why not? AC and DC, external generator state. And we're going to create a new message structure down here. Net message xgen state. And there's going to be, this is going to pull in this definition, extgen state. Okay, and I'm just going to copy some of this stuff over. So yeah, extgen state, 2 of them. Hey, duck butt with vector thrust. Welcome, welcome. Okay, we'll go update server ext generator. I do have a, yeah, num external generators, in fact. So what I'm gonna do here. There we go. Num ext generators. Update server external generators. Or int I is less than num external generators. We're gonna create a thingy here. Oh, come on. There. No, not there. There. Okay, so this is going to be AC external generator state plus I. So that way we'll swap between the 2 message types. We're going to go xgen serialize net. And we're going to go this generator into that state. And it's going to be ext gen state. Wonderful, wonderful. Mem copy. Okay, mem compare state between ext gen state I, size of message state, and or ASU send, sure, ext gen send interval. So the idea here is that this thing also sends the, normally it will only send the external generator state when it changes, or we will actually ext gens, or we will also send it over once a second, just in case they do get somehow desynchronized or the client reconnects. After 1 second, they're going to get the latest state of the system. Num ext gens ++ and external generated send interval I once a second. There we go. Okay, external generator, here we go. Delay line push, ext gen send interval I, ext gen interval false. Authenticity is sufficient for the protocol. Yes. I guess if somebody wanted to fabricate UDP updates for the position for the client, they'd be able to do that, since that's a simple CRC that is not dependent upon the password. The reason being is I wanted to avoid having a for a HMAC or a proper hash message authentication message to actually make sense. This would have to be 128 bits. And 128 bits, this whole field, this whole structure. Do I have print size off, pause, update, net t? Do you still remember that? No, you don't. Okay. Let me show you. Got that. GDB len print size off, pause, update, net t. This whole structure, even with the CRC, is just 50 bytes, and this gets sent uncompressed over the wire 30 times a second, so that's 1200 kilobits. 12,000 bits per second, or 12 kilobits per second roughly. If I made this into a HMAC message, this would be plus an additional 14 bytes. We'd go to 15.36 kilobits. Not the end of the world. Theoretically, you know, whatever, but like, why? Worst case is they might make your airplane fly all over the place. Or crash it, I guess. When are you gonna incorporate thrust vectoring into CL650? Well, as soon as they incorporate that into the real airplane, I'm gonna do it in the model. Until then, no mas. Next gen state ith1, blah blah blah, and yep, there we go. Netlink proto CL650 control message, NNG flag non-block. Yes, I'm using nano message NG. That is why there's an NNG flag there. Underneath, this thing is running over nano message. And if all you know what that is, that'd be nice. That would have been nice. Maybe. That, and so it's using nano message NG. This thing for internal for the signaling on the TCP socket. Yeah, it's just a convenience library that makes sure that messages you send are received in the same order in full or not at all, and it handles reconnects and that kind of stuff. Okie doke. Netlink send. So that takes care of that. ASU state. Update client ASU state. Okie doke. And update client X generator state. For I is less than I is 0. I is less than num X gens. I plus plus. We'll go ext gen deserialize net. And ext gen state I. Wonderful. Update client extgen state. Yeah, and then there's going to be this thing. Okay, if net message is extgen acextgen state, and it's the extgen state t message, then we're gonna go extgen state 0 is gonna be that junk extgen state buff state. Wonderful, and duplicate that. That's gonna be also for the DC generator. That guy sits in index 1. Wonderful. So now we implemented, well, sort of implemented it. We're going to forget that it is in general recommended to create a trusted VPN tunnel, but every software is so carefully crafted out. Not every, yeah. Perhaps, but I'm sort of designing this around the fact that you might be running this over the open internet, which it's supposed to behave correctly there as well. Okie doke, let's have a look. So in here, what I wanted to implement is these functions for serializing and deserializing. So extgen serialize net, and it's going to be the instance number, and there's going to be an extgen net state, and also deserialize from the network const all the way down. And now we get to see, we always want to make sure that our arguments are good, so is less than num extgens. Also assert that state is not a null pointer. So we always sanitize our inputs. Now, what are the fields that we want to be dealing with here? It's just angular velocity and the onRequest flag. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Let's go. State. Angular velocity is, now this is represented in here as a floating point 16 half precision number, but in our main thingy it's actually a double precision. It's a double precision, but we can basically treat it as a float. Close enough, easy. FP6, I do have a function library for this. FP16 IEEE from FP32 value, and it's going to be extgen. I think that's the field names, aren't they? Gens, okay, so it's just gens, instance, angular velocity. Yes, exactly, Bottle. I mean, the generator itself actually does track fuel state and stuff like that, so it does have a fuel flow, it does have a fuel control pit controller. Yeah, there's a lot more simulated in the Challenger, but on the client side, you're not actually going to be running the generator physics. It's just to make sure that it sounds correct. And this is going to be driving the sound engine from Fmod. And on request is just going to be gens instance request. Okie doke. Now, on the deserialization side, for the off-topic question, but playlist. The playlist sounds nice. Are you listening to a random playlist? Sure I can. Let me send you the link here. It's this thing. Let me punt that over in there. There you go. Hopefully I pasted the correct thing in there. It appears to be... Let's see, what is this? Yes, it is. Disregarding the stupid ad. So there you go. Hopefully that helped. You are welcome. Okay, and for reverse, we'll just go like so. And instead of FP16 IEEE from, we'll go to FP32 value. So that now inverts. This is the FP16 value. This is going to be returned back as a full floating point. And if state request is not gens instance request, actually, like this, is not equal to that, I'll go like so, and state. I think there is like when you turn on the generator, memorize is where you turned it on. Where set request. Actually, no, it isn't. Okay, well, hang on. Where do we go with the position thing? Pause. It grabs its own position. Not a big deal. Okay, well in that case I don't have to do anything smart here. I can literally just punt over the value and just be done with it. Wonderful. So this is deserializer. Actually reverse. Like that. Neat. And now we need to also incorporate it so that the elect system actually initializes xgen in it. That goes down here so that we do not exclude it from running. Xgen floop. That goes in there so we don't exclude it when running in shared cockpit mode. And the lamps are one of the final pieces of the elect system. Whenever we try to move the plane with the generator connected, it will disconnect. It will disappear basically. That is what that pause field is for. This thing. So you'll notice when the ground vehicle is loaded and the generator is still not on, it sets the generator to start, and also it grabs your present position in the simulator. This phys-get pause, what that does is it talks to the phys subsystem and it grabs this geographical position of you, lat, long, and elevation. And further on, you'll note if the great circle distance from your present position to where you started the generator is greater than 1 meter, so you've moved by more than 1 meter, it will kill the generator. That's how that thing deals with you trying to mess around with it. It's actually inside of the main module, which isn't actually going to be run. It's module alloc, but it's going to be done by the master side actually. If not shared cockpit one client, and we actually started the modules, that we do not. All the other stuff here is safe to run on the client. Actually, it doesn't actually do anything, just initialize a bunch of data and then doesn't deal with it. But if you spin the airplane around through the default map, for example, well, it will, in that case, it will stay sort of kind of connected. It's one of those corner cases which I did not bother dealing with. Yes, I could make it also disconnect if the heading changes too much. You want me to implement that right now? Just for you? Just kidding, I don't care. Do I want to deal with that? Sure. Yeah, whatever, I don't care. Yeah, don't spin the airplane around with the default map, I guess. Because in that case, yes, you will not have moved at all. Compactify this, and fingers crossed. Now, well, obviously it's not going to compile, because I need to spell stuff correctly. Yes, please. Well, if Pilsner asks for it, then that is like my command. It's in shared cockpit.h. Shared cockpit.h. C797. Control external generator state. ISU net state T. Right, hang on. Wrong data type, isn't it? Xgen state. What the fuck? Net message generator blah 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 blah. Okay, it's Xgen state. I bet that field is yeah. Xgen net state. Compile, and we're getting closer. 7084. All right, this actually needs to be used, so it needs to be called. Lovely stuff. I think we're almost there. Xgen deserialize. Yes, we do. Okay, so we do invoke this already. Wonderful stuff. So before we actually try it out, we need to go that, and that. Commit. Yeah, okay, these are sub-projects, so these are not going to be dealt with. And we go in here. pull, rebuild it on the Mac. We've already rebuilt it on the Linux machine here. Good tail, run both simulators. Build is still running on the Mac there, so we'll wait for that guy. He's a bit of a slow poke. And come on, baby. There you go. Compile is done. Wonderful. Start the Mac, start the Linux machine. And now they should all be Gucci. Well, talking about the external generator to each other anyway. And so this is what I've been doing for the past few days, literally just going through systems after systems and figuring out a way to efficiently sync them over, I guess. Actually, hang on. Next gen server. Serialize. Okay, send interval. Okay, we're dealing with the correct send interval. I was just not sure there for a sec. Sure, run. Alrighty. This boy is, I'll put you to magenta needles. So he has no external generator hooked up right now. But fingers crossed, this is gonna boot up. See, no more. Well, this is the fuel cable. But no more external generator cable hanging out there. The fueler stuff is I'm gonna fix soon-ish, I guess. External AC generator. And a crapped. Okay. Alright, yeah. Oops. Yeah, that thing. 266. Right, yeah, don't set the run pool to parked because you do not have that thing. Easy. So if gen mod is not null, then you can go ahead and then set the run pool to park. I should have gone through this with a little bit more care. So PID visualizer, don't care. Vendor is requested. If the ground vehicle is not there, we'll go ahead and grab the correct ground vehicle. Create the data ref names, spawn the ground vehicle, place the ground vehicle, set it to visible. Once it has loaded in correctly, then we'll set it to visible again, I guess, apparently. No, gen visible, that's the data ref setter. Then we'll run the flight loop for it. That's just animating it if it has any animations, which it doesn't, but in case it did. Where did non-persistent mode go? Where did it go? It's hidden now. Not gen on. Then we'll set it to on. Wonderful. So this should have fixed it now. So just for funsies, we'll go ahead and unrequest the external generator. Where did it go indeed, Bottle A? It's still there, don't worry, it didn't disappear. I just hit it. But you don't get... You're gonna have to make one more extra click to get to it. Try and discourage you people from using it too much. It's hidden here under more options. But normally you would do the correct thing and you use the product as intended, which is to fly persistent mode or shared cockpit. Okie doke. Fingers crossed we do not crap ourselves this time. Ground services, external AC generator. Ah, there's a thing there, and it's making noise. It hasn't attached the cable though. Why not? What the hell's wrong with you? Actually, I don't want these. Shut down the engines. And nose wheel steering as well. And out with those. Well, it's making noise, but for some reason the cable is not attached. Obviously the physics, like the lamp here, that is driven externally. That is coming from the master side, but that one doesn't matter. Let's go with the DC generator. Yeah, okay, DC generator is also there. He's popped the hatch, but he hasn't attached the cable. Why not? What the hell's wrong with you? I'm probably not creating some data up there somewhere. DCR, no, there. DCR create. What's driving the cable? The data's all created. What's driving that cable? Yeah, good question. Lib switch set. That's going to be opening up the panels. Electize. That doesn't matter. That is inert when we're running in netlink mode as a client. That is inert. That is all inert. Actually, that does work, but whatever. How much data bandwidth are we consuming? Hopefully not too much. Okay, yeah, it hasn't changed. Good question. What the hell is the cable out there? Is it something that the main function does? No. No, the main function only does fuel flow. Actually, the door's open by the master side. That doesn't matter. Same thing. Ah, there we go. Gen connector right there. There's our problem. Yeah. Yeah, the connected flag is not being transferred over, which is easy to fix. We'll just make it part of the serialized data. Connected. Also on here, connected. And I'll make it part of the header because we've got plenty of bits to spare in there. Connected. And also, what's the not connected being used where? Not connected. That is for hiding objects. That is run from the flight loop. Okay, that's fine. So that won't be a problem. Connected is fine. Wonderful, but it is going to require a rebuild on both ends. Because this guy ain't sending that new data over. So I'll go grab you, include both in the commit, whip, push. Rerun the simulator on here. Git pull. Run the build. Make. Run the build. And I think we've run out of music, which means I get to play more music. There. Hopefully that didn't just destroy everybody's eardrums. A little bit. Just a smidge. There we go. Okay, build is complete on this machine. Run and run. Yeah, Bob, don't worry. That thing is still there. Wonderful. I'm amazed that there are 45 people that are willing to basically watch me just click a few buttons. Like literally, ooh, we can attach a GPU. That's fascinating. Never seen that before. But I love you all. Michael back. Thanks for sticking around. So launch the master machine. That guy's ready to rock and roll. More or less. Almost there. There we go. And now the client machine. Alrighty, and well, that's a little bit embarrassing. Where did that guy go? The external AC generator go away. And connect. There we go. Why the hell's the cable not being sent over? Oh, there it is. It just took a while. Yeah, Mac is... It doesn't actually run this choppy on the Mac. It's actually running like 25 FPS, so it's usable. It's just a little bit unhappy with the VNC sync. Anyway, that cable's there, that cable's there. That means the maximum or the appropriate number of cables for the AC and DC GPUs are in place. I know people have been asking, what the hell is this GPU for? If anybody asks, or if anybody wonders, yeah, okay, we got proper collision exclusion on the walk-around mode. That'll be part of the fuel truck, so I'll fix that soon. Okay, yeah, and then we also got collision detection on this one here. This you can step over, so that's fine. Keto, wonderful. Such a small GPU. The hell's the DC GPU for? Why the hell? Why do you have two of them, right? This guy is only used for if the APU battery is dead, because I've mentioned this before a number of times. I'd have to show. Well, let me show this. Oh yeah, I clicked on the wing accidentally. Huh? It does. Clean device. Okay, now whatever. I want to select DC network. There we go. Yeah. What about fuel hose? Why is it just floating around there? Well, because I haven't done the fuel system yet for the fuel truck. That is not synced over yet. So that data ref doesn't exist, and so X-Plane basically shows it all the time. So the reason why you have a separate DC GPU is because the APU battery is the only thing that can crank over the APU starter itself. So that is why if you have a dead battery on the APU battery, you are not actually able to start the APU. It's generally considered a bit of a bad thing for flight. If you want to be able to start the engines, you do need generally need the APU. So make sure that a dead battery, a dead APU battery doesn't stop you. You do have the ability to hardwire an external DC ground power unit, and what that does, it bypasses the APU battery entirely, like literally locks it out of the system. And that's why we don't even have voltage and amp current indication on here, because it just completely, as soon as you shove that plug in there, and it's got 28 volts on it, it will flip a relay and bypass the APU battery entirely. It might not even be there as well, and that's the airplane wouldn't really know that there's no battery there at all. I could literally let's go ahead and I'm gonna where's the disconnect for the APU battery? There it is. You can literally disconnect the APU battery. Well, actually it has a charger failure, but that is not the APU battery being disconnected. Charger off. Now if I go ahead and pull the DC ground power unit out, it will notice that, hey, no battery. Battery off. So APU battery is disconnected. So that's when it notices. So yeah, let's reconnect that thing back in. APU battery connection. Cool beans. So GPUs are done. Let's go back out of there. GPUs are done. Next thing on the list, ADG. I guess you could say we're going sort of clockwise around the airplane. I don't know. Kind of making it up. Ground services, external AC generator, go away. And it's gone. Wonderful stuff. So, quit this thing, quit that thing, and Next thing, ADG. So, Mr. ADG, do we actually need to synchronize very much about you? Not really. We could actually literally just synchronize up the ADG rate, ram air turbine, not even the ADG itself. So the ADG generator, the air-driven generator, lives in this file here, and that guy we actually do not care about at all. All we care about is the ADG ram air turbine, because that's the one you can see. And the ADG itself is, well, it's going to be handled by the master machine, and that's just, it handles the entire electrical system, so whatever you think should be happening, it doesn't matter. So, to that end, all we need, really, we need, what do we need? VCR create. So which ones? Actually, I'm gonna look at the objects because I don't remember which ones we actually care about. ADG OBJ, I think. So, which data refs do we look at? Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to fgrep CL650 ADG in there. Ah, wonderful. So, in fact, it's going to be like this. Grep A to Z, A to Z. In fact, whatever until the end of the word. Wonderful, and I think it's -O. Yes. And sort unique. Yeah, that's all the data refs we care about. So ADG deploy, pitch, rotation, and RPM. Wonderful. Those are all the values we need to sync over. That is a floating point. That is a floating point, floating point, and floating point. So we need 4 floats. 16-bit precision is enough. Deploy rate, deploy ratio, pitch angle, rotation angle, RPM, whatever, close enough, doesn't matter. Good stuff. So type def struct, act attribute, ADG net status, net state P. I hate it whenever I can create a structure or header file that includes nothing. Like literally, this is just plain C. Like as plain can be, an enum, a double, and that's it. It's kind of a sad thing whenever I need to include a new file in there or a file of any kind. Whatever, because I need to do that for the floating point 16-bit half precision numbers because those are not part of the standard. Float 16T. We want deploy, and then we want pitch, rotation, RPM, ripms, and we'll also create a ADG rat serialize net. We'll call this ADG rat net state. Pointer state and deserialize net const. Wonderful. All the way down. And assert state is not null. And we have a structure here. There we go. Okay, A to G. Sure. A to G rat RPM. State RPM. This is the deserializer. Okay. State RPM is FP16 IEEE from FP32 value ADG rat RPM. And that gets updated here inside of the main function, which is not going to be called, so it will not matter on the client. Okey-doke, RPM. Then we have pitch, angle for the blades. Yes, we do simulate pitch for the blades. Rotation angle for the blades. Ripm, no, not ripms. Finally, deploy ratio. Yeah, I'm gonna make it go in this order. in the order of the structure. Deploy, pitch, RPM, rotation RPM. There we go. And the inverse is going to be here. So grab you there and there. In fact, I'm going to convert it, swap these names over first so we don't actually dual encode FP16. That'll be dumb. And it wouldn't look right. There. There. Oh, come on. There. Okay. To FP32 value. Good. Lovely stuff. Now go to the shared cockpit functionality here. There's going to be a net message ADG rat state. ADG rat net state. Did I call this correct? ADG rat net state T. Yes, good. And it's going to be message ADG rat state T. Okie doke. And I'll want this in here. ADG rat state. We're going to call the generator stuff. Do I need separate timers for this, really? Not really. Although, well, kind of, sort of. Actually, I kind of do. So, ADG rat send interval. ADG rat send interval 1 second. Yes, update server. ADG rat. Gonna be only a single message type. There's no indexing there. ADG rat state. I think that's what I call it. Yep, ADG rat state. And I have to make it the proper type. ADG rat state T. ADG rat serialize net, then mem compare the state to the ADG rat state that we've stored. And if it isn't the same, or the timeout has expired, ADG rat send interval, reset the timer, ADG rat send interval. Come on, go back. Then save the new state, ADG rat state. And finally, punt the message over. Wonderful. Update server, ADG rat. Update client, sort of generator state. Yeah, sure. So that's what we call update client ADG rat state. ADG rat deserialize net. ADG rat state there. ADG rat there. Okay, and this will be a new message type. We'll say ADG rat state net message ADG rat state T. ADG rat state is going to be pulled from the message, which is of type ADG rat state T. And it just about fits on a line. And that's that. That's the whole business done, well, except for compile errors. 480. There's no member named Pitch. What do I call you? I called you 5, of course, because I'm fancy like that. 5. Cockpit 49. Alright, yeah, I need to actually include the thing. ADG Rammer turbine. There's one more thing in there. 819. There's no ith integer. ADG rat deserialize. There's also none of that. 823. None of that. alive. It's not really all that impressive, but yeah, I mean, this is about the time I wanted to wrap up the stream, so we'll just get this thing working, then we'll wrap up the stream. I gotta go and have dinner. My bagels are waiting for me. That I have painstakingly made from scratch. I do make it every day. There's one thing I forgot. I remembered that I forgot that I remembered, and everything else. Right now I know. In elec.c, ADG rat init. This needs to be pulled out of that condition list. ADG rat flight loop. Do we have any flight loop callback on there? We do not. Okay. ADG rat init. Right, and you must not initialize this module. Sure, cockpit one client. You're in client mode. You do not want to initialize the ABUS module for it. This is inert. This is okay. This is going to create some command handling. Resto ADG callback. In fact, you're not going to do that unless we are running unless we are shared cockpit one client. And also, this is also not going to be created if you are in client mode. It's only going to be the master restowing thing. May I ask what you are coding? Hey, Funishima. You're familiar with the Challenger, aren't you? You don't seem to be a first-time viewer, so you should know what the Challenger is. So what I'm coding is the network synchronization. Yeah, it needs... I'm coding shared cockpit functionality. So that you'd be able to fly one aircraft with two pilots over the network. Do proper multi-crew coordination, cooperation, and all that good stuff. So, push it to my server there. Pull the change. Compile the change. Run the simulator. And also run this simulator here. So as soon as the build is done on both machines, and almost there. She done. Okay, launch the master machine, launch the slave machine here. And in just a sec here, we should be able to test it. We're gonna go sim map is my machine here. Open the password. It's a bit loud. Okay, I'll turn you down. That was too far. How about this? Apologies for the loud music. I didn't know that it blasted itself up all that way. How's it now? Okay, this machine is running, so connect the client. Ta-da! Now, ADG is correctly stowed in. Sweet. If the server here goes and pulls the ADG deploy handle. Okay, the door animation is... Why aren't you working the door animation? Yeah, whatever, I'll fix that. And if it goes like this, ground services, restow air-driven generator. Stowed, wonderful. Why is the door not working? Let's see, let's try every object in the aircraft. ADG rotation, deployed pitch rotation, ADG door. Ah, okay, I forgot one thing. Yeah, okay, the door is a separate data ref. But the door, I know, the door is just a convenience data ref, if I remember right. All right, it sort of is and it sort of isn't. I'll just derive the data dynamically. That's gonna save me additional 16 bits that I don't have to transfer. ADG deployed to door. Although nah, you know, we'll transfer the door state over as well. So that will require me to restart the simulators here. And I'm gonna have to go ADG rat.h load 16t door. And we'll go ahead and also restore the door. Door state. Wonderful. Make. Does it compile? It compiles. Good stuff. That would be expected. So that and that. Hit check in. Push. Pull, rebuild. Filters assigned issues. Yeah, there's like a million issues that, yeah, I've still got to fix, but I don't want to stop working on this because I'll forget what I was doing. Okay, launch. Fingers crossed it's not going to crap itself. If all goes well. You're going to connect up to SimMac. So, Mr. SimMac, come on. I haven't tested whether it will work in between Windows and Mac, or Windows and Linux. Windows does have different data structure, somewhat different binary encoding standards, because of course it does. It's Windows. So obviously you cannot expect the thing to work. Just work. Okie doke. Fingers crossed. Now when the door's also going to come out. There it is. Wonderful. And I now go and restore the ADG. That's good. And let's go ahead and pull the ADG out again. We'll go and start up the engines. Let's try and taxi. Okay. Alright, yeah, it doesn't matter if I time accelerate now on the client. Doesn't make a difference. Because the client is just along for the ride. And chocks are out. Good stuff. At auto start. Sure. Auto start. The starting part is not difficult. I mean, it's just hold a button and flick the throttles forward. That's about it. Okie doke. Now we should be able to give it a bunch of sort of power. Start moving. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it probably needs nose wheel steering. Well, now it's not going to give me nose wheel steering. Wonderful. Come on. Okay, ADG is turning. So if I accelerate real hard, it should start rotating in a fair clip. And eventually it should convert over into a disc. I might run out of runway before that happens though. Ah, there it is. Yeah, it was there. Okay, give a bunch of power. There it is. Okay. And it's making the noise. Wonderful. And yeah, I know that the wheels aren't turning. That is unfortunately a thing that cannot be fixed. That is just X-Plane being X-Plane. And because you're on auto FO. You could have used the auto FO to make it perform all the checklist actions by itself. Now, Pilsner, there actually is some programmability in it. Not much, but things like button pushes, you can actually make it do, things like button pushes, you can actually make it do pretty well scripted according to the checklist as you want. All right, restudy air-driven generator. Boom. Wonderful. Okay, so with that in place, I'm gonna wrap up the stream here. Even though there was a fuel hose hanging off the airplane. Disregard that, let's not look at that. Look at this side. There you go. And I'll make it so that the time of day is synced up as well. That's a slight, pretty small item. Okay. Implement time of days, time and date sync. Cool. With that, I bid you adieu, whatever, that thing, and I'll talk to you. How did you record the ADG spin and sound? Haha, that is actually synthesized. I have a recording of the ADG itself. Well, I have a recording of the ADG test being performed from the cockpit. I know the sound, and then I synthesize the sound to make it sound like the real thing. So that is how I know. Okie doke. So yeah, thanks for everybody for stopping by, be around, and hopefully this will be in your hands in the not too distant future. Yeah. Everybody take care. Be around. Love y'all. Here we go.